Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? I hope you can. I'm gonna be very, very sad if you can't. Sorry, the last stream died in the algorithm. So we are going to start another one. I'm so excited. Anyways, hold on, give me a sec. Donate here. Paste the link. And then pin the message. Okay. And then start a poll. Have you liked the stream yet? May or may not include timestamps in the description below for any VOD watchers. Okay, nobody's clicked on the stream though. At all. Nobody's joined the stream yet. So, that being said, now I've got to set everything up. So I'm going to, sorry, this for any of the VOD watchers, timestamps, description, probably, maybe, depending on if we do any good segments. And yeah. I should have planned this out. Sorry. But yeah, I just restarted stream because you know, algorithm. With that being said, hello Izuna. Hope you're doing well. Congratulations on being the first person in chat for the stream. Very epic, very based. Okay, tags are gonna be Femyoz and Chill Trans Girl Stream. Okay. Anyways. We're also gonna go over here. Okay. Alright, there we go. Hello, Daniel Berry. Hello, Jeff the Magic Pufferfish. All-nighter tonight, I suppose? Yeah, I suppose. Now my sleep schedule is gonna be terrible again. Hip hip hooray. I love when my sleep schedule is terrible. It's actually my favorite. I think it's awesome when my sleep schedule is, you know, totally destroyed and, you know, just complete garbage. I think it's one of the best things ever, actually. I think I should always have a bad sleep schedule. Oh wait, I do. It's already a thing that I do. So let me just add the thumbnail. And, yeah. I kind of want to watch more content from this person, from Hyperborean Knowledge. Because I think it appeals to certain people's, sort of intuition about themselves in the worst way possible. Dude, what's this? Sneed farming normies? The Schizo's journey? From NPC to max level. Oh boy. Aw, dude, this ought to be good. Oh, this looks like a banger. Okay. Bro, I can't read this. It's too far away. So, 1, call to adventure. Something isn't right. Okay, you know what? He's probably going to explain it.
A friend of mine sent me this graphic, and I thought it was a useful tool to illustrate the schizo's journey. Now, some of us are born on different aspects of this journey.
Okay. So let's see. What is 0? 0. The establishment will fix all problems. Okay, so I'm definitely not at 0. I do not trust the establishment. Trust the experts or televangelists. Follow the rules and you'll be rewarded. Consume. Yeah, I don't believe any of that shit. Maybe like when it comes to like scientific shit, I'm going to defer to experts because they're going to know more than me. But other than that, I don't trust the actual system at hand. And even if it's like, you know, experts are saying something, I'm generally going to like look at like, okay, like what is their, like what methodology did they use? You know, but if the math is too complex, then like I'm not going to really be able to make determinations for the most part, other than like, yeah, I mean, if this is the consensus, then, so maybe, but something isn't right. Why does it keep getting worse? Why doesn't anyone notice? Yeah, I guess I'm there, at least. You know, I'm definitely at least been there, where it's like, yeah, something about the world isn't right. I've identified certain problems of the world. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm apathetic / cynical to care / too cynical to care anymore. Maybe I could hide somewhere or live off grid. I have definitely experienced certain level of apathy before. Supernatural aid. The world won't help me, but maybe I could use my will to make my life better. I was there when I was a kid. This sounds like me when I was a kid. Like, maybe if I just like manifest some shit into existence, which I'm embarrassed to admit. Also, hello, John Holland. Hello, Patel Crafter. Good to see you both again. Like, this sounds like when I was, like, very OCD ridden, where I was like, well, maybe if I just, like, you know, use my brain power enough, I just, like, brain power this into existence kind of thing. Because, like, I wanted to try everything that I could. Crossing the first threshold. First supernatural experience. See, I never got that. My God, is this stuff real? No. Supernatural shit doesn't exist. At least as far as I'm concerned. Like, unless there's evidence to support that idea. The Archon / ETs. Yeah, no. Pedo elites. Yeah, there are pedo elites. I don't think anybody denies the existence of that, though. Isn't that something everybody knows about? Samsara prison reincarnations. It's all real. I don't know about that. Road of trials. They've been remote targeting me for months. My mind, my body, my life. It's all falling apart. Yeah, this is just schizophrenic. Okay. Yeah, magic flight. Like what is this? What is this shit?
Not everybody is immediately level 0. Some people incarnate as like a level 10, level 9, level even 15. I myself would say I actually incarnated as a level 1. I am actually a new soul. I'm not an old soul, and I'm trying to speed run my way out of this samsara matrix.
I don't believe it's the case that you know, I don't believe there's no evidence to suggest reincarnation exists, but if it does, that's like the most terrifying shit ever.
Contrary to what some people like to promote themselves as being an old soul, I don't think that's the best thing in the world to be an old soul. It just shows that you're still here and you haven't really done the work necessary and you're still looping.
I don't know if I'm an old or a young soul. I've been told that I'm either. I've been told that I'm an old soul, and I don't believe that.
But as we can see, there's a whole journey here. I don't agree with everything, but a lot of it jumped out at me. And so...
But I've also, I don't know, maybe I'm like a medium soul. Maybe I'm like a midlife crisis soul, and that's why I'm so depressed.
Well, let's just take a look at it right now. Okay, you have the level 0, the NPC, the establishment will fix all problems. Trust the...
Yeah, that's... Obviously, that's like a retarded visit. Does anybody actually think that?
Experts and televangelists, follow the rules and you'll be rewarded. Consume. Okay, this is the average bug man, this is the average NPC, this is the average Hiiiiii. Most people in their lifetimes will stay at this stage. This is 95% of all humanity. And as we progress through the cycle, it'll become less and less of a percentage until it's like 0.0001 in the top reign of things. But these are people who go along with what they're told. They don't really feel the need and don't see it necessary to question the constructs of reality, because...
Okay, so I'm definitely past the stage, all right? I need to know how schizophrenic I am.
This works for them. And so why would you? You typically fall down this spiral unless something is going...
Many liberal / leftist streams are pretty much alt-right pipelines because they engage with all sorts of shit and don't really know how to combat it effectively. I don't know. My goal isn't even to just like necessarily combat this. It's just like learn like what do these people think? And like... I don't know. I'm like learning with you guys what this shit is, because I feel like anybody that has any modicum of intelligence can see like, yeah, like this shit's kind of retarded.
Going wrong, or you see something going wrong, or you don't feel quite connected. But for the vast majority of people, the system does serve them, and that's why nothing ever changes. That's why everything is just pretty much the same moving forward. And I think this is,
as a wise man once said, you know, nothing ever happens.
Going to be the general trajectory of life. I think that's it's not typical, and it is something...
No one ever questions anything.
In your bloodline, you're RH negative, you're a Nephilim, you're a Hyperborean. There's something in you that draws you on this journey.
Right, of course. They don't. Dude, am I Hyperborean then?
Debates.
Am I making it to Agartha?
But typically, this will never...
Your goal is content creation and making money? No shit.
Change. And I think the quicker you accept that, the faster you actually progress through the journey, because you become less concerned with trying to wake up the sheeple and you're more focused on your own progression.
Right, of course.
And so you find out that...
Yeah, one day I can wake up the sheeple.
In the world, you get your Neo moment. Something is not quite there. You're following the white rabbit, and you become a level 1, called to adventure. This also corresponds with the hero's journey, if you're not familiar with that work of Joseph Campbell. It's actually...
Right. You're going on a hero's journey the schizophrenic way.
It's a really good book. This is one of the first things I really got into, even as a teenager. I remember I would watch the Joseph Campbell documentary on YouTube all the time. I would go to sleep with it. I read his book. I found it fascinating. Of course, I think the overall complexity of the situation is way more intense than what he was putting.
I feel like, you know, this is like a very strange way of phrasing it, though. Something isn't right Why does it keep getting worse? Okay, fair. Why doesn't anyone notice? Notice what specifically? Notice what specifically? The Jews?
Forward, but
Is that what this
a
is?
level 1.
I don't know. I could be wrong. But I mean that the name of the channel being fucking, what was it? Hyperborean something. I forgot.
Document. It's actually really good. I think people should go check it out.
Dang, she is pretty. Thank you. It was Hyperborea something.
Yeah,
I forgot.
you're beginning to break out of the NPC shell, if you will.
Oh, okay. Thank goodness. I've always wanted to break out of the NPC
I was
shell.
born this way. Probably a lot of us were. You just kind of always knew something wasn't right. As we can see in my public school videos,
I mean, yeah, I same.
knew that this was just counterintuitive, counterproductive.
I've always been against the system.
There's
Yeah,
something-
just not in the same way as you. It's like I'm against the system, but I have, you know, different ideas for how to combat it.
wasn't going well.
Right? I question, you know, the fundamental system itself. Like I question it on a fundamental level. Right? That's why I'm anti-capitalist.
In the world, and it
Because
just
I'm just like opposed to the system.
seemed like there was a prison being placed around my mind, and that everything was kind of being used to keep me from expressing my own will and my own personality and going in my own direction in life.
I feel like it's like worse the younger you are as well. Like I think that like I've noticed that you know, as I've gotten older, people are less fucking obnoxious in terms of, you know, trying to you know, hinder my ability to exist and say things that are true, I guess. I don't know.
And maybe a lot of you are just starting out, or maybe a lot of you are more advanced. But
Dude, I think I'm in the magic flight stage. You know, I'm flying. I'm gonna fly.
I think there is something here for everybody. But this is where it can also go awry. This is one of the first degrees. Okay, let's use some free carpentry terminology. The first couple of degrees are where things can go really bad, and you're going to end up worse off than just being an NPC. So you have to be careful, you know, not to get too.
Guys, get careful. Make sure to not, you know, I don't know, accidentally fall down the alt-right pipeline or something.
Group or some cult max or guru is going to try to harvest your loot, and things can get really.
She's pretty, but I've heard her be unnecessarily edgy and use slurs. Based. I'm sure she wouldn't like it if others used identity-based slurs against her, like what, troon, tranny? I say those all the time.
Out of control there. I'm very much an individualist in these types of scenes. I see no point in banding together in the Kali Yuga. It's already been prophesized that any group will just succumb to the energies of the age, and I completely agree with that. So I'm more of a individualist, schizomaxer in my own way. But of course,
dude, schizomaxing. Bro, I never thought I would hear the term schizomaxing.
I mean, I want to help elevate and help other people on the same journey. Try to relate and try to find commonalities and ground that we can work with. Now, this is kind of the doomer stage, and I have definitely been through that too. Leave me the fuck alone. I am too apathetic or cynical to care anymore. Maybe
yeah, we've all been there. I feel like this is meant to be like, this is meant to, you know, feast off of people's sense of main character syndrome.
I could hide somewhere or live off grid. And living off grid, I don't have any issues with people who want to do that, especially if they.
I've never had the desire to live off grid. I've thought about it. I'm like, that'd be cool. But then I realized, oh, this is fucking stupid. You know, I'd rather just, you know, have access to the internet and, you know, the things that I like, you know, the things that I benefit from.
Already have a family, but I would not suggest living off grid or living hyper rural if you're just by yourself. Unless you are like 100% committed to being a monk or a Brahmin. It's not something I would recommend. It's something I endorse.
Yeah, I've decided. Yeah, I decided a long time ago I was not going to go down that route. But believe me, I've thought about stuff.
I think there is value living in society. And then if you can, try to escape it if you have a family. If you're alone, living in the wilderness or living off grid can kind of exasperate that isolation. But yeah, a lot of us just, we want to be left alone. You get left alone. You want to be left alone at this stage. Nihilism can creep in. And again, you can just get trapped in this stage. You can get trapped in stage 1 too. And each stage is progressively harder to ascend to. But I think what happens and why you want to ascend.
I think that the most I ever got to was stage 3.
From the refusal of the call is
on my schizo journey.
There's something inside you that knows there is more to this reality than what we're being told in general.
Oh wow, you're definitely so brave and cool and edgy. Thank you.
There's more to matter. There's more to the mundane. There's more to just the baseline political stuff that we're inundated with every day. There's more to this world, and maybe you catch that curiosity bug And so you want to go down.
I think a lot of stuff is going to be political, but yeah, I wouldn't say that politics is the end all be all. I just think that it's something that's dumb but important. That's my take on it.
To the next stage.
Right. Now, all of my politics is just going to be based on utilitarian ethics.
And so,
just like what's going to be the maximizing of human happiness.
He's looking a little bit better here. He's not as rough. I mean, this isn't the Giga Doomer meme. If you don't know the Giga Doomer meme, I mean, that's one of my favorite memes. Wojaks or whatever you want to call them. I don't know. But he's looking a bit better. Okay, still smoking.
Yeah, what are these incomprehensible Wojaks? Yeah, dude. Okay.
But he's on the right track. The world won't help me, but maybe I could use my will to make my life better. So this is...
Yeah, seeking supernatural aid. Yeah, I tried that. It didn't work. It just made me like a fucking schizo in a bad way. Okay? It didn't do anything. I didn't get anything from it. I couldn't manifest things into existence. Because that's not a thing.
It's like the will pill.
This
is when you get into vril. This is when you get into shaping your own reality.
Yeah, except that didn't work.
And there's a lot to that. I think there's limitations to it, but even if it's 5% in your control or 10%.
All right-wingers know they're poisoning the public consciousness in particular ways. Left streamers think that because they hold liberal values deep down. Or sorry, I'm a leftist. I believe in socialism. Thank you very much. I actually do think that workers should be able to elect their CEOs. Yeah, I know. For anyone that is new to this, you might think, oh, socialism is when the government owns stuff. No, it's literally just like a form of collective ownership. You should be able to, elect your CEOs and managers. Wouldn't that be cool? It's like, think of it as super democracy. What I'm really in favor of is super democracy. It's that's a whole separate discussion. They don't have to care about their overall impact. How is my impact negative? I'd like to know.
If 90% of your destiny is your bloodline and only 10% is your will, or 5%, I still think it's very valuable to learn to map.
Yes, leftist, liberal, whatever, I'm a Marxist. Then you should know the distinction between the two. Though, to be fair, I'm a market socialist, so maybe I'm too much on the lib side.
After that, 5 to 10%.
You're trans, yeah.
% of your will to...
Would you disclose that on a date? Well, yeah, I don't want to get fucking killed, so I'd disclose it before the date.
Enact what you want to do with your life and overcome things that may be preventing you in achieving that. So once you understand that will is a dimension...
Look, I'm a leftist, but I'm never going to give up edgy humor, okay?
Yes, reality.
That's what you're trying to get at.
However, the percentile that may be, this is the supernatural aid stage. And so...
Yeah, I've been there. Did I regress back to stage 1?
This means, what's the supernatural aid? Well, you get involved in things...
Or maybe stage 2. I regressed back to stage like 1.5 too. I don't want to live off grid. I wouldn't say I'm a nihilist. I'm a utilitarian.
Such as spirituality, like maybe you start off going
same leftist but edgy. Yeah, exactly.
Down the occultism route.
Like there's like a market for that.
Whole, maybe.
And like there are a lot of people that are only political for aesthetic reasons, and so the most viable option is to, well, let's just say, maximize the different aesthetics that you could, have if you're a leftist. If the only aesthetics that are options are, squeaky clean and ultra squeaky clean and no edgy humor allowed, then, yeah, people aren't going to be particularly interested in it. But, if you have somebody that's raw, authentic, willing to actually say what they think in the way that they want to say it, like me, in a way that's actually entertaining, in a way that's edgy, in a way that people can actually resonate with, that's going to be far more effective advocacy than, policing people's language, for instance. Like, like maybe like a couple people in chat have done, I'm just saying.
You start off being a pagan, maybe you convert to one of the main religions, but you start to realize that there's a supernatural in the world and it can aid you in your quest.
Except there's zero evidence of this.
So that is what that is. And then you become stage 4, crossing the threshold.
Yeah, except I never crossed the threshold because it doesn't work. There's zero evidence of it.
My God, this stuff is real. So that's when you have confirmation of whatever you're dabbling in, whatever you're doing, whatever it may be.
Except I never had confirmation. The closest thing I ever had was confirmation bias, but I was able to logically assess whether or not, okay, is this confirmation bias, or is it the case that this is, like legitimately working? And I quickly realized, like, okay, like if I measure this objectively, if I measure these outcomes in an objective sense, it's just purely confirmation bias.
Occultism, paganism, spirituality. You do something and then that has an effect and you can't explain it away. And that is that barrier. That's the barrier between here and here. And 3 and 4 is once you cross that threshold, there is no coming back. And you will be forever dominated by the schizo arc. So
Right.
some people just get stuck in
course.
3 and they don't really ever achieve anything with it, or they don't believe they achieved anything with it. Their rational modern mind takes over and explains everything away. They kind of just get
Yeah, heaven forbid you be rational. Yeah,
trapped in a
being rational is bad. You should be schizophrenic instead. Like, what a retarded
loop
video.
of self-doubt. But once you have something that you're like, okay, this is real, I did X and then X happened, then you cross the threshold.
So once you have enough confirmation bias to delude yourself, essentially, then you cross the threshold.
And so you move down to stage 5, which is the Archons, the ETs, the P, elites, samsara, prison, reincarnation. It's all real. Well,
How do you know?
that's one interpretation, but it's all real is, I think, the main interpretation that we're looking for here. That's
What's all real?
a lot of the narratives that you have uncovered in your journey. There's no real
Wait, how did you uncover them, though? Can you give us, like, a scientific analysis?
question about it anymore. You're convinced. You're convinced at this
Right.
stage. You're 100% convinced.
Yeah, how did you become convinced, though? Like, through what methodology? I'd like to know.
And now
Is it something that can be replicated?
you are seeking for how to deal with this revelation of our reality. I'm not saying that the world is a prison planet. I'm actually against that theory, but you do go through the prison planet phase, no doubt. That's definitely a part.
The world feels like a prison planet, but I have no evidence to believe that it is, other than it feels like it's the case. But just because something feels like it's the case doesn't make it true.
Of this journey, because you just realize, like, how could this world just be so cruel? How could there be so
Well,
much
yeah,
suffering?
I feel like everyone has asked this, and this is why I've denied the validity of things like Christianity. It's like, hold on, if it's the case that this is like an all-loving, all-good, all-just God, the world would not be this way. Would it be the case that you would go to hell to suffer infinitely for your finite actions? It's completely illogical. Doesn't make any sense. But you can arrive at that conclusion through rational means.
This world, and it has to be a prison planet, and I can sympathize with that.
No, it doesn't have to be a prison planet. It's just, at the end of the day, it's just like a bunch of meaningless shit, happened. And then, as a result of it, the human race came into existence. And then, yeah, here we are.
Especially in the early stages, in the 5th degree. But I think as you progress, you realize that is in itself a narrative, that is in itself a cage. And you have to break out of that cage as well in order to progress.
Right.
Okay, and then you go into stage 6. As we can see, he's not having the best time. Okay, there's like fluctuations, as we can see already. At first you're kind of just normie and you're fine and you're just living a regular life, and then you start to question things, and then things get really bad. Things get better.
I'm definitely in one of the really bad stages, so I'm probably at 2.
Things get interesting, and then things start to get really bad again, even worse off.
I'm definitely not at 6.
They've been remote targeting
I must be at 2.
months. My mind, my body, my life, it's all falling apart. And this is where I think a lot of people find themselves or get stuck in as well, is kind of the TI stage. And
yeah, like who is they? How are they remote targeting your mind and body? Like, what's the evidence of this?
they don't know how to defend themselves. They don't know how to
Like this is like some fucking Tony Chase level
slip
shit.
out of it, and it does become a dominating aspect of their life. I'm not
Oh wait, none of you watching know who that is. Never
saying
mind.
that's something that is to be taken lightly. I think people have
The language we use and allow to be used has real impact on people's lives. Social reality is shaped by language. Yes, but also you have to acknowledge the existence of said social reality, right? If you want to convince normies to be on the side of leftism, you have to use their language to an extent. If you want to convince anybody that's not already a leftist to, become a leftist, you have to co-opt their language and use it for your own personal means. I mean, that's just kind of how that works.
experiences in this. I think obviously the people who make it out to be just pure insanity and schizoism kind of ruin it for the people who actually have legit experiences in that realm. For me, it's never been a physical thing. It's always been a spiritual thing for me.
What's your evidence of the existence of spirits?
Personally, as far as I can tell. But yeah, that
And what are you basing this determination
is
off of?
something that you do run into over and over again as kind of a thread within this narrative that people start to notice that maybe there's something going on in terms of that.
Right. Which is?
But after that comes a meeting with the goddess. There are
Right.
practices and deities that can block the gang stalkers. And that's kind of what I was trying to teach people with my defense against
What are the gang stalkers?
the dark arts, because I think for me, the gang stalkers are like reptilians and insectoids and archons, and that's what I
Right, and your evidence of them existing is what exactly?
have experience with. I'm sure people have experiences with like, regular glowies and stuff like that. But for me, it's always been
Right. If you're going to make claims, you got to back them up with evidence. I'm not just going to believe you.
more
I mean, you're quite literally some random internet schizo.
Even the other night, I had a dream where there's a spider, and I had to fight the spider, and it was just like a lot.
Oh, your evidence is literally just I had it in a dream. I had it in a dream.
I kind of just want to rest when I'm sleeping. I don't want to be fighting Shelobs in my sleep, but that's kind of what happens when you're in this.
Okay, I think this video is interesting because it does get into the psychology of the people that think like this. It actually like makes sense. You want to feel like you're important. And this is a way of doing that. Our brains are biologically wired to make us feel like we're more important than we actually are because it drives us in a way.
Arena, so it's just par for the course. But yeah, there are things you can do to block it. For me, what works best is a room.
I remember you from the Funny Hoggy stream. Oh my god, real. I felt bad for what you had to go through though. Yeah, honestly though, it was worth it. It was a really good moment. It was probably the most iconic shit ever.
Symbols.
I remember I was thinking more of Candace Owens. I want to know what this guy's thoughts are on Candace Owens.
Thor is a good guy for that. Thor.
Candace Owens is so fucking funny.
Loves smashing archons, and so he's a good person to invoke in terms of an aggressive response to these types of situations.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, I've seen you, and the few times I've watched, you use it in a way that reinforces harmful narratives behind these words rather than diluting it, subverting it, or negating it. Like what specifically? Like what have I said that's an issue? I'm a little bit confused.
Okay.
Because didn't you accuse me of like sending people down the alt-right pipeline?
Now, this one, the next one, number 8. This is where...
If anything, I rescue people from the alt-right. You absolutely can co-opt language to dilute harmful narratives, but you actually have to do that consciously, but sometimes when we use words, we reinforce the assumptions behind them. Yeah, so when I call myself a troon, it's just fucking meaningless. It's just like another way of saying trans person when I do it. So I am diluting the meaning. It just like requires very little effort.
It's pretty much the end for even the 99% of people who get into this. Because once the entities get frustrated, well, then they're going to send you the angel of light, okay? And this is what happens. It could be it'll be handcrafted for you. It'll be your 10. It'll be what you're looking for in life, not even physically, just a 10 in terms of all dimensions of compatibility. But in reality, they are not what they seem. And I know a lot of guys have gone through this.
Right.
Maybe there's girls who go through.
Yeah, what if you're a woman?
On the opposite side, I don't know. Like, I've never heard of this.
What if you're like a lesbian or like a gay guy? Like, how does this work?
A succubi? Maybe there's succubi as well, or incubi. Sorry, incubi. Succubus.
What if you're bisexual? What if you're gay?
Incubus, but
if you're a gay man, do you end up with the incubus? Is it like based on your sexuality or your gender? I would assume your sexuality.
For the succubus is something you'll have to face on this journey. And it's kind of like Buddha when he faces Mara. Like, this is the do or die moment.
Right.
This is something that most people will fail. And if you fail, it will not go well.
Uh-huh.
And yeah.
Yo, thank you, Fun Time, for the 100. I don't know what currency that is. Saying support, please. Thank you.
But they'll send something that approximates this. Okay. Just gonna put this meme up here. Not all things are as they seem. And even if you find something that looks and acts like something, doesn't necessarily.
Oh, you want them to be trad. So that would be the facade, which is a good thing. Being trad is good. Fell for it again award.
They are that. And I'll just leave it at that for now, this one. But this is I think this is actually the hardest grade for a male anyway. Atonement with.
Who cares? Seriously? Why spend your mental energy on any of this shite? Oh, because it's entertaining. Go rest. Go and read philosophy or learn a new skill. Yeah, but that's not as funny as this. I want to learn about the schizo's journey. All right, this is way more entertaining. You're allowed to refer to yourself any way you want, sure. Wait, can I refer to myself with the N-word? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know that was a bad faith question, but it was funny. Come on. When it comes to others, I can't tell you what to do exactly because I don't want to argue about my own identity or why said is harmful to us. Is it me saying the word retard? Well, I'm literally autistic though. So like why do you have an issue with that? The whole point is, you know how the word idiot isn't particularly offensive? It's not really a slur. It's just used to like say, hey, you're being like a fucking idiot. Like, hey, you said something really dumb. Right? My goal is to make it into that. Right? I've said the word retard. Like, I remember the first time, You know, the first few times I said the word retard, you know, I had a lot of oomph to it. It was very punchy. But now because I've said it thousands of times, it means fucking nothing to me now. Right? That's sort of the goal with it. Not really the R word either. Okay, which one is? Yo, thank you for the 100 additional Indian currency, Sag. Support me. It's Indian currency. I don't know how to support you. But thank you.
The father. Why shouldn't I try to get even more? Assuming a bit here, guys. I sold out too. Before I knew it, I was old. Now I die knowing I could have escaped, but didn't. Okay, so the boomer regrets not escaping. I don't have this experience. Maybe it's different for, I don't know, people with Gen X parents. Probably is a bit different.
Atonement with father.
Like they knew things, but they just kind of went along with it anyway. And this is something I can't really relate to, so I kind of skipped this grade. But yeah, I know a lot of guys. The family in general, atonement with the family. The family is going to be a big block for you because you're going to start not conforming to the narratives of this reality, and that's going to cause a lot of frictions with your family. And I think the best way to handle it is just to kind of do it with some grace and just try to not.
Bro, I don't give a fuck with my family.
Antagonize them. Try to just frame it that you're coming from a good place ultimately, and try to eliminate the friction. But sometimes, depending on the situation, sometimes you just have to let go of certain people. And that's just the way it is because they're going to be trying to block you.
Yeah, they're not schizophrenic enough.
And every aspect of your advancement on the schizo's journey. So just give a heads up.
Right.
I think the best way to go through.
I've never encountered somebody that's goal is to become as schizophrenic as possible. This is very strange.
The schizo's journey too is not to be like overly antagonistic either.
Last question before I go. Can I ask you on your take on something else? Go for it.
That's something that it's hard to control, especially in the early stages. It's something they didn't really touch on in this is that you really start to resent normies. You really start to resent NPCs and you start to, see them as cattle. And a lot of people.
Yeah, but I can view them that way and not, hate them. Not that I do. Sorry. That was unfunny.
People start to sympathize with, the Archon reptilians or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, dude, I really sympathize with the Archon reptilians.
By the time they're in this, because they're just like, okay, well, maybe I should.
No, what I want is like a genuine diagnosed schizophrenic person to react to this. I'm not schizophrenic, so I don't have knowledge about schizophrenia.
And there's always, I don't think they have this aspect to it, but it is the recruitment and the double crossing. And a lot of people are tempted just to join up because they start to realize, okay, well, they are cattle. Like, why should I bother? Why should I care? They're going to offer me all this material success. They're going to offer me all this stuff. Why wouldn't I just join them? I am better than the normies. I am better. But I wouldn't say that I'm better than like somebody who's not into this stuff. I would
but you're the main character.
Say I'm just on a different trajectory in life. I'm on a different path. Right. They're a different caste. They're like a Sudra or they're a
everyone except for me is like, the cattle.
Mercantile class, they're a business class, they're not a schizo, Brahmin, etc. hybrid. Multi-class, like we are. It's very rare multi-class. Okay, so not everybody's going to be in the same class as you. And you just have to kind of just look away from them. Like you can stare at the normies. It's kind of fun to make fun of them. I do that here too.
Right, of course.
But to get too invested in just hating on the normies, I think can have diminishing returns.
No, really.
This is all just my perspective, by the way. I could be wrong on some things. I could be right.
I could be wrong. Maybe the cattle, also known as the normies.
Some things. I'm just trying to relay to you my own.
It's like the image of the guy pissing himself, and everybody like pointing and laughing, and like him being smug about it, and being like, rent free, but like slightly different.
Personal.
It's like you laugh at the normies. Is that image? I'm sorry.
Journey here. Okay, and then you get to apotheosis. I need to master advanced practices and stop BSing myself about my abilities. This is when you start to buckle in, when you start to lock in, as they say. You realize that you can, if you really put some time into it, you can learn some things, you can learn some practices and traditions that are going to be able to help you harvest your will and expel your vril in ways that you never thought possible.
Like what? Can you give us specific examples?
And that you can actually enact a lot of your goals in life with this. And you can really, and going back to blocking and protection, like once you get here, it becomes way easier to do that because you just know what to do. Like, you know what action button to press, you know when to block, when to swing, all the ins and outs of it because you've seen it so many times. Okay. Like what they're weak to, when they're weak to like fire, when they have like a weakness to,
yeah, in case you're fighting the enemies that have a weakness to fire, as opposed to the people that don't burn in fire, of course.
Psionic abilities, the strengths and weaknesses.
Dude, I can't wait to unlock my psionic abilities.
Everything. So I hope you guys are enjoying. You guys are
Oh, I'm having a great
just
time.
taking it all in. Okay, I'm sure somebody's not into this, and they're watching it right now. They're just like, "What?" But I mean, this is for people who know. If you know, you know. Or if you're starting out, like this is what's coming. Okay.
Right, of course, of course.
The ultimate boon, stage 11. I have mastered a practice. Johnny, Samadhi, NOX, Wade, 3 Kundalinis, 9 grades of power. I'd also say runes for myself. Like that's a practice I mastered.
This is not English.
Now my happiness comes from within. So I don't know.
Mastering expelling your vril.
Oh, if I
Wait,
completely
yeah, it just sounds like
because I
gooning.
think happiness is always going to be a combination of inside and outside forces. But I think you can start to create a ratio that is more in your control. Like say before you're onto this, like happiness was like 80% external, and now you manage to, like, depending on where you are, like you could go, happiness is 70% external, 60% external, 50% external. I don't think it's always just going to be 100%. You can control your own happiness at all times. I think that's a little bit foolish to assume.
Well, something that I have a predisposition against. My brain does not allow me to experience happiness.
Have an impact on the ratio overall. And then
Can you like tell us what the fuck the video you're watching is about? I would, but I don't know. I'm as confused as you are right now.
You go to stage 12, refusal of the return. You start to get, interactions with NPCs. Haven't you heard about the latest thing? What's wrong with you? I don't care because it's not important.
Yo, that's like me. Oh my god, that's so relatable. I'm already, dude. I just skipped like, yeah, like let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dude, I skipped 11, 12 different steps because you count 0. I was about to do a 1 potato, 2 potato, but that was gonna be an unfunny bit. Dude, magic flight. I want to hear his explanation of magic flight. Can you magically fly?
Now, again, this goes back to the smugginess aspect of it. You become a little bit of a smuggy. And I would advise against that. It's always good to kind of have a little bit of shape-shifting aspect to your own energy as well. You kind of want to not just completely be a 100,000.
I just think it's really funny that he has fucking 0 as the first one. I don't know why. I think it's just really, like, shouldn't it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Like, I don't know.
1,000% of a social pariah. You need to kind of have your, be able to flex that normie muscle every once in a while, but at the same time, be of the world, be in the world, but don't be of the world. So, play ball,
Right.
but don't be invested in the game you're playing with whatever, news slop that's being inundated into your daily life from people. Because you can become arrogant. You can do a heel spin and wave your hand in the air and just dismiss it all. But again, you still have to have a little bit of humility in this life, I think. And,
yeah.
self-awareness.
Yeah, definitely have a bit of humility. Says the guy that's schizophrenic in accent.
In terms of what's going on here. Okay. Stage 13. I think I kind of documented my stage 13 pretty well on this channel when it came to going head-to-head with the Ishtar witches. Okay, the magic flight. I am beyond your abilities to harm. You cannot stop me. Your practice oppresses me. I want it canceled. And, just that's what it comes when you start to give your own criticisms on this type of new age stuff, these witches, these witch talkers, what have you. You start to see what they're doing because you went through the stage, right? You went through it all. And especially when you got to here and, here. So you kind of know what they're doing. But for them, it's kind of like an inverse. Like they went all through this stuff.
Who is they?
In order to dominate others, really. That's what they're into. They want to dominate your mind. Like Sauron. Okay.
Right, yeah, Sauron is real.
And when you're not having it, and when you see what they're doing, you want to speak out against it because you know what's going on. And you have a little bit of a back and forth, if you will.
Right, of course,
okay.
Of course.
And then you get to a stage, which is, it's a fun stage. I don't know why this individual is here. I would probably avoid that individual at all costs. I mean, it's just not for me.
Wait, why? Why? What do you do?
I keep making friends with other advanced people. And that's just another thing. Like, when you get into some of the darker stuff and you don't want to be meeting the darker people, okay?
Well, that's kind of racist.
That's for sure. And that's why I kind of want to differentiate the different aspects of it. And when you start to get into the really vicious type of people or the people who are just obsessed with dominating and controlling others and just power for power's sake.
Yeah.
I can't really relate.
Yes, I stopped streaming for a bit. Lexi City. Well, kind of. I was just like less active. I didn't stop streaming. I just haven't been streaming as frequently.
I want to elevate. I don't want to dominate. So
I want to be dominated because that's hot.
I think that you have to be careful too, because there are people who are like this.
Hold on. What do you think about people saying capitalism is failing / late stage capitalism when capitalism is international? And this same time scale, Westerners say things got worse, the global South got better. The relative wealth and power imbalance between the West and the global South has declined. Globally, we're seeing a better distribution of power than we had in the 1970s, where everyone wants to wanar. I don't know what that last word is. Well, I would say that, yeah, I would say that we are in late stage capitalism, but I don't think that that means that the institution itself is going to stop existing or collapse in on of itself. I think that it's something that gets perpetuated regardless. I think it's just something that continually gets worse on a broader scale. If we're talking about a global distribution of power being better than what we had in the 1970s, I mean, ultimately, there's going to be a period of time where, you know, countries are still developing, and while they're developing, they're obviously going to improve, right? If they had like really bad circumstances before, they're going to improve for a bit. But once, you know, but I think that like once the system of capitalism has been established for a long enough period of time, what you end up having is it gives enough time for certain styles of power structure, that being large corporations, to gain a massive foothold on said country, and for rich people of that country specifically to have the control. Now, obviously, there are going to be, you know, international corporations that are already going to have a foothold. So I do believe it's going to take less time for these countries to experience late stage capitalism, unfortunately. So I do believe that it's going to be a combination of what things are like globally as well as the individual country.
Posing as, you know, just a regular Pepe with a hood, but they're actually more like that. And they'll always reveal themselves. Like, they just can't help it, you know, as within, so without. So whatever their true intentions are inside, even if they can hide it from the normies, they can't really hide it from you, because they just have to reveal themselves, right? That's just how they operate.
Why do they have to? What if they just don't? What if they don't reveal it?
So then you are crossing the return threshold. You have chill vibes. Can you explain how? Yeah, so, you know, your self progression does outwardly manifest, and you're going to start to be noticed for that. And people are going to wonder why. They're going to try to aura farm you. They're going to wonder, what's going on with this guy's aura, right? I'm sure you.
Yeah, dude. You have to be schizophrenic to aura farm. What are we talking about?
I'm sure people at the stage know what I'm talking about. Not everyone, like, again, as we progress, it's going to be harder and harder to get up here. So now we're more into the end. Now, I'm not saying I'm like, you know, king schizo, but I've definitely had these experiences now at this point in my journey.
Right, of course.
So I think I can speak with a little bit of authority.
Isn't this just black pilling? No, this is not black pill. This is like some other schizo shit.
Here, because
black pill is actually grounded in reality in some ways. I don't agree with everything that the black pill says. I think that people that take it too far are fucking stupid. But I do think that there are certain aspects of the black pill that are true.
Just lived it at this point. So yeah, you're going to have some like schizo curious normies give you admiration, like Joe Rogan tier people. Okay, Joe Rogan, you know, Duncan Trussell types, that kind of like schizo curious approaching level 1. You know, they're not even really level 1. They're like on the threshold. They're like approaching level 1. They want to know what's up, and so they're going to, you know, seek you out.
Yeah, I would say that I'm okay. So I must be more schizo than schizo normies, because I was, I don't know. According to this, I would probably be level 2, at one point level 3. So yeah. Interesting. Actually, okay, well, at least he acknowledges that Joe Rogan viewers are fucking NPCs. I mean, that's pretty base.
And then you get up here. Again, I've had this experience as well. Well, I ended up having material success from my spiritual success. Okay, my podcast is huge. I want to be interviewed. I'll pay you to be my mindset coach. And I've had people ask me to coach them, and I will.
Why would anybody want this guy to coach?
Consider it. If enough people
I'm so lost.
are interested, I will. Okay.
Watching Hyperborean knowledge, dope. Doesn't mean that I endorse him. I'm kind of taking the piss a little bit. I do want to learn. I want to learn how people think because I think that the way people think is interesting. But I think this is just like a rabbit hole that like, you know, people get very deep into. No, I'm not a schizo. According to this chart, I'd be somewhere between 2 and 3.
No one has asked me to endorse their campaign at that. Okay, I'm not at that level yet. All right. I don't think I would be. I don't know any schizos who endorse the campaign. Maybe Rogan, right? He's like maybe he's like just already through all this. Now he's just wearing a normie mask the whole time.
Right.
A gig normie.
Wait, wouldn't that make him a psycho
mask,
though?
But I still think that's kind of like schizo curious tier stuff. They're not quite there, or they are, and they can't go on board because whatever. Not him specifically, but people like in that field. I think he's,
right.
Obviously at that level, there's something going on, right?
Wait, do you think that Joe Rogan is secretly a schizo?
So yeah.
Wait, this is so goofy. I'm sorry.
That's like one of the aspects that can happen in this state.
Look, I try to be open-minded, but there's just some shit where it's like, maybe present evidence to certain claims before making them.
Of course, this isn't going to be everyone's experience, but yeah, I know there's people listening who have.
I like to go down internet rabbit holes. When it comes to something like this, I try to not be, okay, you know what? I'm not going to say I try not to be too judgmental because I'm absolutely judgmental. I'm judging the fuck out of this guy right now. Maybe more than I should. But I try to be objective, as entertaining as it is.
And I'm not trying to this isn't I'm not trying to brag or anything. I'm not trying to flex or anything, but I'm
not trying to flex, but I'm almost, as schizophrenic as humanly possible.
I can't deny that I haven't had these experiences.
Dude, this is how you escape the Matrix. It's by schizophrenia maxing.
It's just something I've gone through. I mean, obviously these ones are way more recent, but I've been in this game a long time now.
Right.
So. But I'm sure some of you can relate. A few of you can relate to this. And freedom to live. Leave us alone, and we'll leave you alone. You're weak and pretend to be strong. I legit pity you, for you are doomed to lose. Okay, level 17. You're head-to-head with the glowy reptoids, the Archons, the Ettins, what have you. Do you sign the peace treaty?
Yo, that guy on the left looks very, very gassy.
Do you continue the battle? I guess that's the crossroads that people at level 17 will face. I don't even think I'm there yet, to be honest.
Wow.
But there's definitely been some weird things happen. I'll just leave it at that.
Right.
I don't agree with the end at all. There's no self.
Oh, you don't even get to escape the Matrix?
And no lack of self. There's no other and no non-other. Okay, so this is a big red herring. And this is a thing that I've always kind of spoken against, is that you do matter. You are self. I believe in the Atman. I believe in the individual personality, the soul. I don't believe in this, we're all the same thing. I'm not, I don't want to be most of people. Why would you want to be the same thing as most people? That is disgusting, to be honest.
Bro, he looks at normal people with such utter contempt. And I think that's fascinating. And I think it's I think it comes from a fear of mediocrity at the end of the day. I think he doesn't want to be mediocre. I think that's where this comes from. So he goes in this insane schizo direction. Right?
Disgusting to assume that we are made of the same stuff as everybody else. I don't want anything to do with that. That's just this universalism, this psionic goop. The consciousness is a drop of water in the entire ocean of consciousness. I think that's where I can't get on board with a lot of this stuff. A lot of where the end stage conclusion of schizoism is that we're all the same. I don't agree with that at all. I believe you are a individual Hyperborean, and you're
an individual Hyperborean. This is a real sentence. Yo, thank you. I like GNR, whatever that means. I hope I didn't, accidentally read something bad. For the $2 saying go to sleep.
On a thread of your own journey. So let me know where you guys are on your journey. If you've experienced any of this stuff yourself, where you're at, what level you're at, where you think this is getting it wrong, where you think you get it right. Because I think this is interesting. It got a lot of things right. I think whoever made this, good job.
I have no idea.
Very interesting stuff. Everyone loves the Wojak stuff, so it's always good to kind of.
Dude, I love these incomprehensible Wojaks. They're my favorite, especially the gassy one. I really like the one that looked gassy at the end. That one was awesome. Dude, fucking Hyperborean playlist. This is interesting. This is a weird rabbit hole. I didn't even know this was a rabbit hole that existed. I wanna learn more about like his like weird schizo shit. Reject wage morality. I probably agree with him on that. Rise and grind. Culture is mind control. I agree. Is working worth it for Gen Z? No, obviously not. Sneed farming normies. Why I'm not Christian. Hail Odin. Schizomaxing to ascension. Millennial predictive programming. Dude, what is this? Some of this shit is like, okay, like, I agree that rise and grind culture is mind control and that working isn't worth it. You know, if you can avoid working, definitely do that. Because you're just benefiting big corporations by working anyway. So, you know, you don't really get anything out of that. I kind of want to watch Sneed farming. No worries, dude. Sneeds, feed, and seed, formerly Chucks. Dude, that's a banger. That's a banger, dude. All right, let's watch that. Let's watch that. That looks
Hey
like it'd
guys,
be
today I want to talk
interesting.
about how you can sneed farm normies. And what
Oh boy, I'm so excited.
do I mean by sneed?
Dude, is he gonna sneed farm
Well,
you?
to me, sneeding is like a mixture between seething and sneering, and you only really know what it is unless you've experienced it. And before I started yapping on the internet, when I was very quiet, very introverted, mostly kept to myself, and did not try to go out of my way to bother people or to share my opinions, it didn't matter back then. I still got sneeded at. I got sneeded at. I think a lot of people either thought I was retarded or thought that I was like arrogant.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would think either of those things. Yeah, could be anything, truly.
I've always been kind of very polarizing in that way, and I'm not sure why, but that's something
Honestly, Sam,
I've always experienced. Maybe you have
you know, jokes aside, yeah, like I am quite a polarizing individual.
too, where there's just something that makes normies sneed. And before I would let it bother me, I would let it affect me. I asked, what is wrong with me? Why can't I fit in with normies? What is it about me? Do I need to be more talkative? Do I need to be more extroverted? And so I started
No, for me, I was always very open about my opinions.
hanging out with people that were probably not good for me to hang out with. And a lot of these people were still, despite everything, sneeding at me. I've had several break-ins in my house.
Like, what did they do specifically that you took issue with? You're just saying that they were sneeding, but like
when I was living in a different town. And every single one of those break-ins was from somebody who, to my face, was friendly, to my face was nice, to my face talked about how good of a friend I was. And then as soon as they saw the opportunity to rob me, they would. So I don't know what it was that it was about me that made them sneed out like that and take advantage of our friendship. But it happened a lot. And so it got to the point eventually where I reverted back to being more introverted, more self-centered, not in a narcissistic prick way, but just trying to keep up my walls as best as I could, because these normies out there, they are psychotic, and when they sense that
no, wouldn't that make them psychos though? Like, wouldn't they be on the other part of the triangle? They should be the ones taking advantage of the normies.
Sincerity about you, something that they probably don't have or think is foolish or think is
true. I hate sincerity.
Then they will.
No, we normal people, we hate when people are sincere.
Sneed. But nowadays, I know how to channel the sneeding into something more productive. I absorb the sneed. I turn it into...
I absorb the sneed.
Vril. I alchemically transmute it into prana. And an example of this was...
How do you do that?
When I was first starting out doing YouTube or just various other endeavors I did in my life, people always told me, no, you can't do this. You can't do this. It's never going to work. You're not going to be able to pull it off. You're not going to be able to make anything from it.
Oh yeah, people told me the same thing.
That because normies only see the fruits of endeavor in terms of dollar signs anyway, but they always told me this and that. You can't be
true.
A YouTuber, you can't be a writer, you can't do anything creative. You just have to, keep your head down, rise and grind, and
Bro, oh my god, yes. Okay, wait, why is this actually relatable? Why am I agreeing with him? What the fuck? I don't like this. I don't like this. Why am I agreeing with him?
Feed the sneed. And I never really wanted to feed the sneed. I didn't really ever want to chuck or
formerly chucks.
Fuck, yeah. I didn't really want to do all that. I just wanted to do my own thing. And there's like a sting that you feel when a normie sneeds out on you. But
of course,
if you can get past that initial sting, and you kind of have to change the energy inside of yourself in order to turn that into fuel, in order to turn that into energy for yourself, in order to turn that into vril for you to harness in order to undertake your own endeavors. And actually, I've found that sneed farming normies is a valuable energy. It's not the same as aloosh farming. Because loosh farming is you're going out of your way to
What is this? I'm too much of a normie
create
for this.
loosh.
I'm sorry.
You're going out of your way to make people loosh out, and you want to absorb it for nefarious purposes. But with sneed farming, it's different because all you're doing is being yourself. It doesn't matter what you do. You're going to make normies sneed. So you might as well act. You might as well fight on the battlefield of Kirisetra.
I mean, yeah, I do this, but I don't do it in a way that's like nearly as jarring as the way you do it.
And
but I feel like this is just like anybody that's like, you know, confident on some level is going to be like this, where it's like, yeah, I'm unapologetically myself. I don't care if people get mad. I feel like that's fairly normal.
Your dharma, because even if you try to go through the path of inaction, the normies will still sneed out on you. They'll still betray you. They'll still, you know, double cross you. It doesn't really matter.
I don't think people are that bad.
What you do. So for myself anyway, I see, well, what's the point in not revealing who I am and not revealing my thoughts, not revealing my worldview and my insights that some people take some value in? I might as well, because even if I don't do that, even if I just, you know, lay back and keep to myself and keep my opinions quiet, it doesn't matter anyway. Didn't matter at work. At work, I was a good worker, showed up early, did all my duties, tried my best, and still people were gang stalking me at work. They were still messing with me. They were still...
How are they gang stalking you? Like, again, this is just like main character syndrome.
Trying to undermine me. They were trying to, you know, sabotage my equipment. It's just weird stuff like that. Normies are very petty.
How are they trying to sabotage your equipment?
So that's what you have to do. You have to flip it on them. You have to flip it on the normies. You have to flip the script,
right.
Okay? Because the typical saying is that normie beats schizo, right? That's what I said in the previous video too. Schizo beats psycho. But
yeah, we watched that video. Yeah,
I think we can come up with some ways and some techniques that the schizo can and should, and find ways to flip the script on the normie. And if you know any ways or techniques of yourself and how you've managed to deal with this, please let me know in the comments. I will study them. I will take note. I will download that info into my database so I can more effectively sneed farm normies. Because
right, of course.
I've noticed that and I thought that the internet would change things. I really did. I thought that there would be less of a monoculture. There would be less of a conformity, but I see conformity even spiraling into more condensed versions now. And even...
Well, yeah, it's just going to be like small groups of people that believe different things. But like, something tells me that like your community is no different.
I remember being in Europe, Eastern Europe.
Why would I have any reason to believe that your community is somehow the one that, you know, is... you know, non-conformist? Yours is the one that's special and different and unique. I don't believe that for a second.
Everyone there watches Netflix. Everyone there watches the same YouTube. Everyone there watches the same streamers. Everything there is pretty much part of the same monoculture. The girls still wear the high-waisted Zoomer pants. The fashion's not that different, to be honest. You just don't see as many people wearing plaid and jeans as you do in North America, but it's not like it's not this far off.
I mean, you're talking about very surface level details
Thing anymore.
Why am I watching this? I don't know, dude.
You know,
if everyone hates you, you might be the problem. Not necessarily. I think that like that's just like an ad populum fallacy. I think that in many cases that can be true, but like not always. It depends on the reasons as to why people hate you. Right? So like for instance, if like if say for instance you're like a I don't know an abolitionist back when slavery was socially acceptable, and like, you know, the majority of people that you interact with hate you, that's not really like a you problem, that's like a them problem, right? They're the ones that are in the wrong in that case, right? Even if you have an unpopular opinion.
Remember I was in Germany once.
So I really do think it's contextual. So I wouldn't say that like this guy's in the wrong because everyone hates him. I would generally avoid using logically fallacious argumentation.
This German guy was, oh, you're Canadian, yeah. Oh, I love Trailer Park Boys, yeah. Ricky and Julian, he never spills his drink even in the accidents. Ha ha ha, yeah. I was just like, you have to be kidding me right now. Germans
I don't think anyone talks
are watching
like that.
Trailer Park Boys. Like, we're living in a monoculture, and the monoculture somehow is Canadian dominated. It's just, but the sneeding, it's only increasing as time goes on. We're living in the sneed yuga, and I don't know if you've noticed it, but normies seem to be sneeding out like way more. Like they're like spazzing.
What are they doing specifically?
Out and foaming at the mouth sometimes, the things I say, and it's just.
I mean, yeah, I mean that's pretty par for the course if you share your opinions on the internet. Like that's normal. That's not just you. You're not like revealing some like grand truth, and people fucking sneed at me all the time.
I know I never thought. Well, I've always been polarizing, but I never thought I'd be this polarizing. But And that's the thing I'm trying to get at.
He has aggressive mimicry in the loosh harvesting video. It's unbearable.
Because even when I was like in action,
I'm just like learning about this guy. I'm trying not to be too judgmental. Like I want to learn, like, why does this guy believe the things that he does? But it's like, buddy, you gotta provide some specific sound. You gotta be a little bit more specific than saying the normies are sneating. Fuck the normies. They keep sneating at me.
person just kept to myself, you know, had a close group of friends, never really made a big fuss, never really.
What's sneating? Formerly chucking. Or sorry, formerly sucking.
Was a big,
That's what I meant to say.
you know, drama fest person. It was still just endless drama and baggage and sneating and seething. And so now I see like.
But he explained it in the beginning of the video. In the context he's using, he's basically like describing, I think he said, sneathing and sneering combined.
What's the point? What's the point in not being myself? What's the point in not sharing my ideas, not sharing my viewpoints?
Yeah, but you could show them in a way where you sound more normal. Like, I don't understand why you can't do that. I mean, this is something that I do as an autist.
Because nothing's really changed. Even if I leave my house.
I like his voice. Okay, well, yeah, he has a fine voice, I guess.
Get a regular job. I'm going to get sneated at. I'm going to get sneated at here in the comments. I'm going to get sneated at no matter what I do.
Yeah, maybe I'm sneaking at you.
That's the thing.
You're sneed farming me.
For you too. No matter what you do, you're going to get sneeded at. If you work at Home Depot, people will sneed at you. If you work at a bank, you're going to get sneeded at. I'm not saying you should go out and be this edgelord, like weirdo. I have such edgelord fatigue. I can't handle edgelord anymore. It's like passe at this point. It's like, okay, you're an edgelord. Like, we get it. Like, you're saying things that everyone has already said like 10 years ago, and we're all kind of past it now. And now, like, being an edgelord is normie adjacent and rapidly becoming just normie friendly. So what's the point in even being an edgelord anymore? It's pretty much normie tier at this point. So that's the thing about.
Dude, he's so averse to normies. Still averse to normies. It's kind of crazy. I don't like what did normies do to you, man? You're saying they're sneaking at you, but like, I don't know. Maybe you just like encountered some bad people. I don't know.
Schizos is we kind of like. We go on the frontier and we create new paradigms, new ideas. And then the normie crowd just shows up and then starts copying all the takes and all the ideas and all the.
Well, I'd need to know what the ideas are.
Positions. And then we get cringed out by it. And then we have to move on to a new frontier into greener pastures because it gets too.
Well, it depends on what the ideas are. Like, if the ideas are good, then why should that be contingent upon whether or not the normies agree with you? Like, if the normies agree with you on like a thing that's correct, then like, isn't that a good thing?
Ooh, cringy when.
Or is the problem that they came to the correct conclusions through the wrong methodology in your eyes? But in which case, what's the correct ideology? Sorry, correct methodology? Because usually I'm just going to base it off of like what's
normies
rational.
Are sneaking out at the same thing you're sneaking out at. So you're like, okay, well, if the normies are believing this, then obviously this isn't the final boss opinion if the normie brain can comprehend it. So we have to move on to greener pastures now.
I think it depends. Like, it could be the case that they don't comprehend it, but that they have came to the same conclusion but through incorrect methodology. Like, it's also going to be the case, right?
So, and this monoculture, I was watching, there's some clips on my X feed of streamer awards, and it was like how the
I didn't give a shit
Academy
about that.
Awards are, but it was for streamers. And I was just like, I was initially hopeful that this streaming thing would shift the paradigm away from typical Hollywood style entertainment, and things would be different and there'd be new creative avenues opening up. But what has streamerism, these streamers, they're so Masonic, it's not even funny. Like, they have the exact same opinions as Hollywood. They do the exact same things as people from Hollywood do. They just go to clubs and gamble all the time. And nothing has changed at all since the prevailing media paradigm that was dominant pre-internet at all with any of these people. Now, especially when they're having their old award ceremonies, it's like,
bro, okay, I'm bored. I don't care. This is lame. Yeah, I should have won Streamer of the Year. That's true. I'm like the best streamer. I'm better than all these fucking retards. Anyways, we went down this rabbit hole because of loser maxing, shouting this guy out, being like, you should check them out. I did. I'm not really impressed. It's just like some fucking schizo. It's literally just a schizo. He calls himself a schizo, which, hey, you know, I don't know, dude. I think I have a reasonable amount of skepticism. That channel seems heavily AI generated. No, it's too specific. It's too specific to be AI generated. AI doesn't talk with the kind of vernacular that guy does. Also, thank you, Nickel Pickle, for the 2 saying taking a shot for you, big homie. Hell yeah. But no, I would have noticed if it was AI generated because AI slop channels use a completely different type of vernacular. They don't use the terminology that he uses. They don't structure the sentences the same way. It's just sort of something that I notice. So maybe I'm a little bit of a schizo because of my superior pattern recognition. That's right. Yeah, schizomaxing is the new meta, dude.
He has a video about
retard maxing is what I do.
how millennials were brainwashed, where he talks about this specifically.
Right. Yeah, I really trust what this guy has to say.
These sort of party movies and everything. I don't agree with everything he says in his video, but he does have an interesting perspective. So check him out.
Yeah, just because his perspective is interesting doesn't mean it's good.
But yeah, aside from just movies, I mean, the music back then was all about partying and clubbing and getting crunk. And
yeah, it's obviously going to be based on whatever is popular so that people have more interest in it.
And you could argue, well, that was just what was popular at the time. They were selling records, they're selling
Who the fuck is the speaker? Oh, he's talking about how millennial and Gen Z men were brainwashed.
movie tickets, they're getting good ratings with that type of media, so that's all it was. You know, it was just they were profiting, so they kept pumping out that kind of genre of media. It doesn't always have to be some grand conspiracy. Okay, I understand that, but that is part of the point I'm trying to make. It doesn't really matter if it was the chicken or if it was the egg.
But no, in this case, it does matter because there'd be broader implications if there was some sort of conspiracy.
Like, maybe this party-oriented media got popular naturally at first on its own, but I think there was more nefarious, coordinated reasons.
I will say that the Hyperborea, whatever the fuck, it was like Hyperborea knowledge. Yeah, that guy. I would say, like, in terms of fluid intelligence, probably better than this guy, but, like, you know, completely wasting it all on really dumb schizo shit. Yeah, from schizo maxing to loser maxing. I think schizo maxing is going to be a lot more intelligent, but not necessarily useful.
Why it was promoted so much and why it dominated mainstream culture.
So, I mean, considering the fact that the schizo maxing guy is more intelligent than this guy, it makes sense that this guy would, you know, look up to the schizo maxing guy, right?
For as long as it did. And I do think for certain powers that be, they wanted young men at the time to be focusing all their energy and wasting all their time, essentially, instead of doing anything actually productive, like becoming educated, for example. And I'm not talking about getting educated as in going to college, because they want us to go to college. Going to college is one of the main things we've all been brainwashed into doing.
Who is there? Like, what are we talking about? Like, you're saying that, like are we talking about the Jews?
That's not an education, so that's not what I meant by that. College is really just another indoctrination facility. It's another
Okay, how does it indoctrinate you? What does it indoctrinate you with, specifically? The scientific method?
Place you go to
what are we talking
get this
about?
brainwashing.
Yeah, how have I been brainwashed?
But they don't want young men to actually cultivate their mind, cultivating a sense of curiosity and a
well, that's just not true.
thirst for real knowledge. That's something that they
How do you determine what knowledge is real?
do not want us to do. So for us millennials in our younger years, the play was...
Are you sure you're a millennial and not, you know, Gen X or a boomer? Like, I don't know.
to get us all focused on nothing else but trying
It's like the hairline, the grayed out beard. I mean, I don't know, dude.
to get laid and getting drunk and just partying on.
I mean, you look like you're at least, you know, 55.
But now it's a different playbook. The internet and social media and online dating changed everything. Especially with online dating, it's just not feasible anymore to try to convince average guys that they should be spending all their time conquering maidens, because most of us can see pretty easily that if you're not in the top 10%, you're not going to be having much success.
Well, that's not true, but you wouldn't know anything about that because you're like in the bottom 0.01%. So, like, you know, it's not really going to be applicable to you.
So now the psychological manipulation regiment that we're being exposed to, it's more focused just on demotivating us and convincing us to give up, keeping us distracted with Bluetooth headphones and
Like, haven't you literally given up?
cheap media streaming, unfettered access to
He looks older than Justin Trudeau. Yeah, exactly.
infinite
The millennials are getting pretty old, not gonna lie. Yeah, but like, they don't look like this. I know what millennials generally look like. They have like minor signs of aging, right? Because they're like in their 30s.
music playlists, YouTube videos,
He looks like he's not allowed within 100 feet of a school. That's so mean.
Netflix, memes, newsreels, and
Considering some of the shit he said, you know, maybe you're not wrong, but I mean, you haven't even been there for it. You're just being mean. You don't even know why this guy sucks. Capitalist class does want you to go to college so that you are trapped in a debt cycle. Maybe.
and whatever else. It's all about distraction now and fragmentation.
Well, that's why I have the belief that education should be free.
It always has been about those things, but now the types
It's not mean. He just looks like a diaper sniper. No, that's Turkey Tom. Turkey Tom is the ABDL one. Okay, Turkey Tom is ABDL.
of distractions are shifting heavily toward solo distractions.
Don't trans people shoot up schools? Well, statistically, we're less likely to than, you know, straight cis white guys. Like if we're talking like, you know, the percentage of trans people that do it versus the percentage of cis people, it's actually disproportionately cis people. You know, if we look at the percentages. So you're just like wrong about that. Yeah, yes, I'm saying per capita. Yes, per capita, we're less likely to. Statistically. Not by much, but per capita, yes, we technically are less likely.
Because that makes more sense anyways. Most men can't get laid, no matter how hard they try anyway.
Turkey, I can't read that, but that is very funny and true.
So now it's way easier and more effective to keep us distracted with video games, audio-induced dopamine, and adult-oriented content on the internet. And it's not just because it's more effective, but it also serves the purpose of making everyone more lonely and fragmented. Okay, so that's also making it so men are less likely to organize and band together and fight for really any cause at all. Another mechanism for this sort of social fragmentation-oriented brainwashing is social media astroturfing. And this is where I'm pretty...
I think you're reading too much into this. I don't think that there's like some grand fucking conspiracy. What you have to remember is that people, on average, are fucking stupid. Okay, most people are pretty brainless. They're just going to be working on whatever their own self-best interest is most of the time. So if we're talking about, you know, people that are in control of large corporations, they're not going to be thinking of like the broader implications of what they're doing if it doesn't affect their bottom line. Okay, so you have to keep in mind that like they are working from the sole axiom of I ought to maximize my wealth as much as possible. Also, thank you, Les, yes, for the $10, you beautiful fucking bastard. Very much appreciated. Turkey Tom forgot the lube again.
Sure,
yeah.
There actually are very high-level powers involved. Like actual nation-state governments have agents.
His head is very slanted, roof-shaped for real. Jesus.
Posting on Reddit on r/politics, r/me IRL, r/Red Scare Pod, and all of its offshoots. That's a whole rabbit hole right there, but I'm not going to get into that in this video. But pretty much any subreddit and any kind of social media whatsoever, even like obscure image boards with relatively small user bases,
right?
It's all astroturfed. Every single bit of it, it's astroturfed.
Right, yeah, dude. Fucking 4chan is being astroturfed, everyone, okay? You know that TTTT slap that you thought was niche, okay? Dude, it's being astroturfed by the global elites or whatever the fuck.
You should not trust anything that you read, watch, or listen to online. You should.
I want a Ronnie McNutt. Oh, I want him to Ronnie McNutt even more now. He looks like he rapes animals. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Fuck you, Charlie Kirk for the win, you fack ass tranny. Okay, well, if you love Charlie Kirk so much, then why don't you go fucking dig him up and fuck him in his neck hole? Yeah, TTTT is produced by Hollywood. AstroTurf. What does AstroTurf mean? It basically means like artificially inflated / given success by being promoted, but through artificial means, I guess, would be the best way to describe it. Dude, why is my fucking... Bro, why is that... Bro, I need to lose weight again. This shit is, like, tighter than it used to be. I just haven't been on Adderall in a hot minute, and now it's bothering me. Did you see the little St. James AI slap video? It was actually hilarious. I have not. Maybe I should watch that. Charlie Kirk got what he thought other people deserved? Yeah, true. Yeah, we are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. Okay, you stupid shithead. I'm going to be looking at you when you're in hell. Oh no, he's gonna look at me when I'm in hell, which is totally a real place and, you know, not some fucking retarded bullshit.
Just assume that all of it is designed to manipulate you. even all the people that always comment about me
You're never gonna, you know, reference religion as being, you know, designed to control people, even though objectively it was.
being a Fed, y'all got the right idea. You should be skeptical. Even with me saying all of this right now, for all you know, this could be like some reverse psychology type of thing, or even like double, triple reverse psychology.
Yeah, that's so true. That's exactly what this guy is doing. He's totally not just some retard on the internet.
So you should be skeptical of me. Even in your real life, with people you personally know, unless you personally watched a person being born, exiting.
Charlie Kirk was just like John Lennon or MLK. They had to learn the hard way to keep their mouths shut. Dude, what the fuck are you yapping about? He is nothing like MLK. Okay, don't listen to the truth. Okay, like, what are we yapping about? Like, what truth am I not listening to you? Or not listening to? Like, what are we yapping about? Like, sorry, but the truth is that Christianity is literally a fucking lie. You're delusional for believing in it. Okay, there's no afterlife. When you die, you're just dead. Okay.
The womb of their mother, and you've had eyes on them the entire time since then, up until now, you don't know if they've been compromised. So you should always be skeptical, no matter who it is you're getting information from. And even if somebody truly does mean well, we're also freaking brainwashed at this point. Anybody, at any moment, regardless of their intentions, they might just be regurgitating some propaganda psyop that was designed and developed in a CIA think tank. I don't really know what a think tank is. I'm just saying words here. That might not have made sense, but yeah.
Right, yeah, dude, the CIA think tank is, you know, brainwashing us by creating AI Charlie Kirk videos or whatever the fuck. AI Charlie Clankirk. Yeah, dude, that's what the CIA is creating.
And Gen Z men, we are heavily targeted for manipulation.
Right, of course.
Women are being brainwashed too, and boomers are being brainwashed, but it's a different genre of brainwashing. Women, I think, are brainwashed into seeing motherhood and basically every traditional female gender role as being oppressive and bad.
Well, if you're forced into it, then yeah, it is.
And just being something you don't want to do.
Well, if you're forced into it, then yeah, that's bad.
And that is catastrophic. That is truly catastrophic.
What are we yapping about? The point isn't that you shouldn't do those things. Okay, that's not what anybody believes. Nobody's saying that those things are bad. People are saying it's bad when you're forced into it.
Motherhood and child rearing is probably the single most important task on this planet that a person can undertake. And
yeah, that doesn't mean that everyone should be forced to do it if they're a woman.
It should be women doing the most of it.
Why?
But they're all being psychologically manipulated just like we are, albeit in a different direction, I guess. But it's pretty much the same thing. They're being brainwashed, we're being brainwashed. And for boomers, I think they're mostly being psyoped into just being confused about the world and just super fragmented politically.
Yo, true. Okay, that part's true. That part's true. I've not encountered very many boomers that aren't, you know, politically incoherent fucking retards.
Is a form of brainwashing all of us are experiencing, but for boomers, that's probably by far the main flavor of brainwashing they get. And I swear to God, if my aunt's dumbass husband holds his phone up to my face one more time to show me some deep fake of RFK Jr. or Nancy Pelosi or whoever saying some dumb shit about a new cure for autism or like about how thousands of teenagers across American high schools are eating snails and it's turning them transgender and their teachers are the ones showing them how to do it. I swear to God, I will smack this idiot right in the face.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of base. That's kind of base.
But yeah, we're all being targeted with demographically appropriate forms of psychological manipulation. Nobody is safe out here. Even your boomer stepdad that still uses a flip phone, he's getting brainwashed by the TV screen on the damn gas pump when he pumps his gas. Nobody is exempt.
Right, of course.
This. Nobody can avoid it, okay? It is ever present and ubiquitous in our society. Okay? Ubiquitous. Now, as for who is doing
he's so sad and lonely.
This, like I said,
yes, everyone is brainwashed because the world is changing in a way I don't like.
It's not one single group. I don't think there's a secret Masonic society trying to create a new world order to resurrect Baphomet on the 13th sunset of the 6,000th year since the...
Yeah, I would hope you don't believe that shit. Because that shit's retarded. Why would you believe that? Anyways. Bro, I don't even... Dude. I'm sorry, this live stream's been fucking dog shit. This is, like, retarded. What am I doing? Religions are all obsolete now. Humanity has more than enough people already. Yeah, true. Religions are absolutely obsolete. And I think that, anyone that thinks otherwise is fucking brainwashed. Love you too. Love you too, chat. Y'all are great. Amazing people, truly. So yeah, what can I say? What can I say? Double tap the smash like. Anyways, what am I doing? Dude. This live stream barely be getting viewers.
You like my face?
Okay, I want to figure out what's the best way to, you know, force femme your boyfriend into a cat girl. Well, there's a video about it, so we're gonna watch it. Cause I think it's important to know how to do that.
Hell yeah. Hello, Shatling. We all know that having a regular boyfriend in the big 2026 is a letdown. It's
Yo, that's true.
boring, right? We all know why you clicked on this video. It's because all of us collectively want to turn our boyfriends into femboys this year.
I don't have a boyfriend, but if I did, yeah.
Not just femboys, cat boys. Alright? I know you're
Yes, this is peak. I watched this. Wait, you watched this too?
on the same wavelength as me because you clicked on this video, okay? Don't try to deny it. Luckily for you,
Yeah.
I am a cat girl savant. I know the ins and outs of being a
Let's
cat.
go.
So I'm here to share some wisdom with you, alright? I'm going to tell you how you can convert your boyfriend into a, I want to say cat girl, because honestly, I use those terms interchangeably. Like I
Yo, that's so fucking based.
said in my previous video, being a cat girl is a mindset. So I would say cat boy, but TBH, cat girl is more the vibe, right? We're
Yo, true.
gonna turn your boyfriend into a cat girl.
I was gonna leave, but now I'm interested. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. Step number 1, make him feel welcome. Make him feel accepted. Make him feel like he can be himself and be fully authentic and not be judged for it, okay?
True.
If you expect him to be flexible with his identity and change who he is and act in a way that is sometimes considered embarrassing or cringe, then you need to give him a space to do so, alright? So you better be accepting. You better be kind. You better be welcoming to any characteristics he might bring to the table as long
Truth
as they are somewhat favorable, alright? Don't be constantly criticizing him. Make sure he feels
My cat trying to get in. Give me a sec. I have no idea. I was trying to get in. Who would have guessed? Isn't that crazy? Okay, I thought I was imagining things at first.
very fuzzy and accepted, right? If you're going to turn this man
Imagine being that retarded you're desperate for a 4 out of 10 nose ring. Extreme feminazi. What are we saying? What in the absolute fucking retard?
into a cat girl, you gotta start the action first. You gotta get that momentum going. Start your half of it, alright? How would you treat him if he was a cat girl? Would you be rude and judgmental? No. You'd give him pets
not.
and you'd feed him treats all day. So
Treats?
bring that energy.
I want treat. I mean, shut up.
Manifest it. Even if he's not a cat girl right now, start acting like it, alright? You gotta be accepting. You gotta make him feel like he can be himself.
Hell
Got
yeah,
it?
I agree with that.
Moving on, you gotta start adding little subliminal clues that lure him into the cat girl life. You know what I'm saying? So, let me give you an example. Yo, bro, I really like this collar. I feel like it would look good on you. Just like for
Hell yeah.
fun, right? I mean, have you ever wanted to try out a color? I feel like it'd be cool. Maybe.
Yeah.
Why don't we give it a
maybe.
shot, right? See how you like it. Hey, bro, these cat ears, they look kind of cute. Wait, you should try them on. Oh my gosh, wait, they look kind of cute on you. Hold on, this looks nice. Like,
Yo, why would this low-key work on me?
you look good in those. Like, I like it. Just tying in those little clues, those little subconscious influences that will
God, I need this in my life. I'm trying to force femme my puppy-pilled Pakistani friend because he's already hella femme-brained. What am I saying? While some schizo is teaching you why you are the way you are, you got lured into the HRT life?
change his brain chemistry and turn it into kitty. Okay?
Low-key, this would work on me.
Do you understand me? So you make him feel welcome, and then you start to do your work. You start to plant the seeds. The seeds of meow. Okay?
Yes, please.
Does that make sense? Yes or no? Be honest.
Yes.
Good. Third item.
You know, you could have said good girl. I was almost never mind.
Use kindness as a weapon. This is kind of related to the thing that I just said, but hear me out, okay? You can use your compliments as a tool to push him in the right direction. Is he doing anything that is catgirl-like? Is he wearing something that is cute or feminine or somehow related to cats? Compliment the fuck out of it, alright?
Yo, that's real as
Hop
fuck.
on that
Femi meow now. There you go. I'm tired.
immediately
I can't do it properly.
and make him feel appreciated. Do you understand me? I'm not saying to be mean. I'm not saying to withhold any compliments. I'm saying to go all out, go ham, when they benefit you, okay? When they benefit your cause. If they are in the realm of catgirl, then go all in. You hear me? Some final notes.
Hell yeah.
Make sure you know what a catgirl actually is, okay? Doesn't matter what your boyfriend looks like.
Cute.
Doesn't matter what he likes. Doesn't matter what his beliefs are. Anybody can be a catgirl.
Good girl. Type shit. Okay. Anyways.
So don't think, oh, he has to look this way, he has to do this, he has to wear that. No. It's a mindset. It's all about what's in his heart. You understand me? So if you're going to try and make him into a catgirl, make sure that you are in the right headspace first. Okay? Are you ready for a catgirl in your life? Are you? Be honest with yourself. Okay?
Yes.
Hey Twin, I appreciate you joining me today. I hope you found some educational content in this video.
Hell
Or
yeah.
at least didn't hate it.
I definitely didn't hate
Make
it.
sure you're following my Twitch because I do stream every single day. And I will see you in the next video.
Dude, this is so fucking based. Let's read the comments. Let's see, what do the comments say? YouTube recommended gem. Hell yeah. This is exactly what I needed before I transitioned. Oh, that's me. Who would have guessed? Gonna sign out my boyfriend into finding, watching, and using this video on me while still thinking it was his idea all along. Nice. It helps if they're into computer science. That's true. A live internet theory. Detransitioning so my girlfriend can force femme me. Now I just need a boyfriend for this. I can fix him brought to its logical conclusion. Can I turn my bro into a femboy? Taking notes with my feet. I'm scared. Why am I recognizing my friend using these tactics on me? Why is YouTube force femming me? I'm already doing that. Thanks, I don't have a boyfriend, but now I need to know how to turn myself into a cat girl. As a cat girl who used to be a boy, this is extremely good advice and honestly mostly just good relationship advice with a nice side of manipulation. Yo, true. Truth nuke. My GF got me, started calling me she and princess, secretly got me a primary care doctor that does GAC. Now I have boobs, 3 pairs of cat ears, socially transitioned to a woman, and I'm finally happy. Afterwards, I realized what happened. I was like, that wasn't what I meant when I said I was into force femme. And then she just reminded me that I've been saying it was the best decision I, quote unquote, ever made. I'd be mad if I had any regrets, but being a 90s goth cat girl is awesome. And I didn't lose a single family member, friend, job, or anything. There was no downside, so cat girl. Yo, that's so fucking based. That is so based. Holy shit. How do I turn my girlfriend into a puppy girl? We will find out. Clicker. I don't know, mine already is one. He turned into an actual dog, what the fuck? Based. Dude, this is awesome. These comments are crazy. Dude, these comments are so based. I'm gonna you know what, I don't know why I haven't, but you know what, I just dropped the sub. Honestly. Am I a lesbian? And then I'm not gay. Wait, I need to find out.
Hello, Shatling. My name is Kiwi, and many
I hope she's lesbian for no particular reason. Obviously.
people have been saying that I'm gay. Even though I took an Am I Gay quiz, and it basically told me 90% no. Despite
Wait, what? Why do
That
you want to?
result, I have gotten so many comments. For example, what was one of them? Kiwi gays. Okay. I've gotten comments saying
But you want to turn men into cat girls. How are you not
that I'm
gay?
lying.
You're like bisexual coded.
I've gotten comments saying that I'm a, what was it, baby lesbian. So like, I'm actually not gay, and I'm here to prove that. I previously took
I don't know if I believe you.
an Am I Gay quiz, and it... Can I swear yet? It sucked a word. I don't know if I can swear yet. So I'm gonna
It sucked ass.
see if this quiz is better. This isn't an Am I Gay quiz. This is an Am I Lesbian quiz. So it's more
Oh boy, I'm so excited.
tailored to my specific situation.
Okay,
And
all
I think
right.
it's going to be better. I'm really excited. Place your bets in the comments now.
We have
I'm
to find out who psyoped her into being an evil
guessing that I'm going to
psychopath.
get not
Okay,
lesbian. Like 0% lesbian. That's my guess. Wondering if you're into girls. Whether you're
But like, why do you want to force feminize men if you're not into women?
TikTok
I don't
for
understand.
you, bro. This is so hip with the kids. Okay.
So
Question
you,
number
so let me get this straight. You have like a male emasculation fetish, but you're not into women.
1. Have you ever gotten butterflies around a girl? No.
Yes, for sure. Oh,
Yes, for sure. Only when this one specific girl talks to me. Okay, so that's called a crush. I've felt nervous around a girl before, but I wouldn't call it butterflies. Wait. No, that's the one. That's the one. I'm glad I didn't
yeah. For me, it would be yes for
short
sure.
circuit evaluate this and just put the last one because this one is definitely more accurate. I have felt nervous around a girl, but I wouldn't call it butterflies. Type shit. Do your close female friendships ever feel intense or kind of romantic? Oh,
Yeah, but then it's like established that they're more than just friendships. So, but like it's never just like, it's never that the dynamic is we're best friends, but like I secretly have a crush on them though.
I've definitely had a crush on my best friend. Yo, bro. If you were putting that answer,
I do remember, I've probably had at least one friendship that felt a bit different.
why are you taking this quiz? I've had one friendship that did feel a little different. I'm close with my friends, but I think those are just platonic girl crushes. Nope, friends are important, but I don't think about them romantically. I would say the last one. When you imagine a future with a guy, what do you picture? Tears and sorrow. Oof, I can't picture that at all. I can see myself ending up with a guy, but can't imagine what he'd look like or be like. I mean, I feel like that's a pretty standard answer. We out here like Baba Vanga, perfectly predicting what our future partner's gonna look like. This is confusing to me. I don't know if a long-term relationship with a guy is right for me. That sounds like something I'd want. I'm leaning toward the third one. I'm kind of like, I don't know. If there was an answer that was kind of in between the last one and the third one, I would pick that. But since there isn't, I'm gonna go with, I don't know if a long-term relationship with a guy is right for me.
Okay.
Who do you mainly have crushes on? Yo, bro.
Femboys, definitely femboys. She has a thing for feminized men.
Wait, I'm so white. Anyway, who do you mainly have crushes on? Girls, female celebrities, or fictional female characters? A mix of girls and guys? Male celebrities or fictional male characters, but never guys IRL? Guys or my close male friends? Why are these answers so limiting? Wait, what? So it's basically, do you have a crush on fictional men, fictional women, real women? Yo, bro. What if it's all four? What if it's none of them? What if it's kind of a mix? What the fuck is this?
Well, one of the options is a mix. So,
I'm probably gonna go a mix of girls and guys. I don't know. I'm taking the quiz because I don't know, brother.
yeah,
Why
yeah, okay, bisexual coded.
are you
Yup.
asking me this?
Yep, I knew it.
I'm just gonna say a mix. It seems like the least assertive answer. How do you feel about queer female characters, celebrities, or influencers? I will watch or read anything just for the queer representation. I can
See, for me, it's like, I don't know, it's like a nice bonus if it has it, but like it needs to be good on its own.
identify with lots of queer female characters or famous lesbians. I can think of a few queer female characters or celebrities I like. I don't feel strongly one way or the other.
That'd probably be the third option.
I mean, they're cool. I don't feel incredibly strong. I appreciate a queer character just as much as any other character, I think. I'm kind of... I don't know. Ah! Probably I
Indifferent.
don't feel strongly. Do you feel romantically attracted to guys?
Well, do you?
Are you gay? Yes or no? I'm not at all interested in being in a romantic relationship with a guy. Real? I think I'm more romantically attracted to girls. No, I'm not sure. Maybe? I definitely experience romantic attraction to guys. See, this is all so assertive, and the entire point of this test is to give people who are confused about their own identity some
Is she on the A spectrum? I'm starting to wonder if she's like on the A spectrum.
answers. This is doing the fucking opposite. This is asking you to give the answers so that the quiz can regurgitate it to you. But you know, it's okay. I'll play along. Do I feel romantically attracted to guys? I think so. Yes. How does it feel to be
Okay.
physically intimate with a guy?
Maybe not.
Ah! Fucking excruciating! I'm not into it and it's hard for me to imagine. I'm fine with it, but I don't get what all the hype is about. I know I like guys, but I'd be open to being intimate with a girl. I'm only physically attracted to guys, so it's great. Probably the second one? I don't know, man. Probably the second one.
Okay, yeah, definitely giving off somewhat asexual vibes.
How would you feel about kissing a girl? Who else would I kiss? I've kissed a girl and liked it, or I haven't done it yet, but I imagine I'd like it. I would try kissing a girl, but don't know if I'd be into it. I'm not interested. Probably the third one.
What's the A spectrum? You mean the it's the asexual spectrum. But it's ACE, A-C-E.
I'd be down to try anything. Whoa, not anything. I mean like as a platitude. Do you have a lot of friends who identify as LGBTQ+? Yeah, I'd say roughly like 100% of them.
Based.
Why did you decide to take this quiz? Bro, why
I'm pretty sure she's like at least partially asexual.
do you think? Because I know for a fact that I'm gay and I just wanted to confirm it. I'm pretty sure about my identity, but just wanted to check. I already identify as queer, but I'm not sure if I'm only attracted to women. I'm starting to wonder if I'm interested in both guys and girls. I'm just taking this for fun. Probably for fun. I'm taking it for a YouTube video. When you imagine kissing or being intimate with your future partner, how do you feel? As long as I'm with someone I really like, that sounds great. Yo, type shit. Good, I guess. I can't imagine, and I don't think I'll ever want that regardless of gender. So I'm starting to see a pattern here. I'm starting to see a pattern that I also saw in the other shitty gay quiz, which was one of the answers is pansexual, one of the answers is straight, one of the answers is gay, and one of the answers is arrow ace.
Yeah, you answer a lot with the arrow ace ones.
Can't believe this. See, this is why I'm making my
She's autistic in the cringe way? No, I
own
like
quiz,
her.
in case you
I think she's
didn't know.
based.
Although I'm making a fetish quiz, I can't put that on YouTube.
Wait. I want to take that. I will do it on YouTube.
Anyway. How do you feel? I'm too young.
Wait, where can I take her fetish quiz?
What? I can't imagine that, and I don't think I've ever want that. I'm gonna say good.
She probably thinks that she's not arrow ace because she has like a bunch of weird kinks. And she probably thinks that those are mutually exclusive.
Maybe good, I guess. If a woman flirted and expressed attraction towards you, how would you feel? I'd feel amazing. How can we make this happen? I'd be interested and want to get to know her better. I'd be a little intrigued, or at least want to be friends with her. I'd be flattered, but tell her I'm not into girls. Probably the third one. I'd be a little intrigued. How do you feel after watching or listening to queer media? Very fulfilled. A part of me feels really seen and validated. Content. I feel like I identify with aspects of it. Slightly positive.
Right.
I don't necessarily relate to it, but I do enjoy it. Ambivalent. I don't feel any connection to queer media. Probably content. Do you ever dream about getting intimate with another woman? Yo.
That's kind of a crazy question.
I had a dream like 2 weeks ago that I was gay. And I was like engaging in physical activity.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna say it straight up. Straight women don't go through that.
Activities with a woman. And then that made me consider some things. Does that make me
Yeah, that's not
gay though? Or can dreams just be
Yes.
completely random? Be honest.
But well, okay, how did you feel about the dream?
Do you ever dream about getting
I'm so I don't think that straight women dream about getting intimate with other women. I'm gonna be real.
like yeah, I do. But the question is, does that mean anything about my sexuality or
Yes, it absolutely does. You are in denial. You're like bisexual and on the ace spectrum. Okay, it's like very obvious.
to just random chance?
Start. Okay, I instantly clocked that she was bi.
Y'all ever studied the science behind dreams? Isn't there a theory that says they're completely random? That has some scientific
Right, yeah. You just like randomly, start dreaming about gay sex as a straight person. That's definitely random.
value. Yo, holy tangent. Sometimes, but not exclusively. No, but I haven't really given it. Wait, what? Wait. says, do you ever dream? But then, no, but I haven't really given it much thought. I don't think they're talking about dream as in sleeping. I think they're talking about just yearning for it. Wholly misleading? Okay. Then I'm going to put, no, I haven't really given it much thought. So they're not talking about the dream that you have when you're asleep. Okay. So I just shared a very personal story with you for no reason. How would you feel if someone assumed you were a lesbian?
Yeah, but I think it indicates something.
I'd probably be flattered. Gratified, that feels like an accurate way to describe me. Intrigued, I wonder how they came to that conclusion. Confused and amused. Why are these all so negative? I feel like even if I thought that I was completely straight, I would still feel kind of happy if someone went, wait, are you lesbian? Because, like, I've never seen a lesbian that didn't look hella cool. I'm gonna go with gratified, actually. Just because it feels like a compliment to me, genuinely.
Yeah, she's definitely
I don't mean that as a joke. Pretend that
yeah, she's not straight.
2 years have passed. How likely are you to be dating someone who's the same gender as you? Bitch, I don't know. Why do you think I'm taking this quiz, brother? Super likely, fairly likely, not that likely, not likely at all. Not that
Probably
likely. I could say that about literally any gender, by the way. You you might experience some attraction to women. Okay, so this is the same exact result we got in the other quiz. What I'm getting is that I need to make my own Am I Gay quiz, and then I need to take my own quiz.
Gambling streams over this?
Because this is just not doing it for me. If you know any good Am I Gay quiz, please give it to me.
Bro, they're all dog shit, dude. They're all dog shit. It's very obvious that you're gay. Okay, I think that goes without saying. What else? What else does this person do? Dude, male pattern baldness stages tier list? Okay, this looks fucking hilarious.
Hello, Shoutling. It is currently 12:30 in the morning. I need to go to bed. Just kidding, I'm not going to sleep until 4. Anyway, I had to speak on this because I'm a male and I'm balding. Okay, I need to add an F tier. I don't know why.
You're a male and you're bald. Okay,
this is lacking an F tier. There we go. Okay, starting off strong, we have the first stage, which is high-key not balding at all. You just have a rectangular hairline. I think this is pretty drip. I know a lot of characters, a lot of people, actors, etc. that have this, and it just...
Dude, are we seriously doing a tier list? Obviously that goes in S tier.
I don't know. I'm not educated on balding nomenclature, but what I do know is that this is kind of drip. Okay, it's kind of drip. I fuck with it. It's going in B tier. See, it's not as elegant as this one, but it's still pretty solid, alright? Now this one I actually love because it looks like the McDonald's arch, so for that reason it's going in S tier. I think this is pretty cool. Moving on, we have the McDonald's arch, but with a little... Is that like a quarter? There's
Dude, what am I watching? Bro. Wait, this is so based. Okay,
no, wait.
Dude, if y'all want, okay, if you think this is based, her channel is Kiwi, spelled Keewi. I recommend checking out this channel. It's very based.
Hair is actually built like that. I'm assuming in real life it would be more of a gradual ombre effect, right? Like there's no way that people have a perfect circle on their head, right? Tell me this isn't real.
True.
This is going in D tier because the perfect circle is deeply unsettling. And it continues. Okay, the circle is back. Same thing, but it looks like the McDonald's arch is receding a bit more and the circle is increasing in size. Now again, I think this hairstyle, I think this hairline is pretty drip. What I don't like is the circle. Why does it look like that? Nobody's hair looks like that. It's going in C tier. It's slightly less disturbing than the D tier, but it's still not sitting right with me, alright? Moving on, we... Bro, the lack of transition is actually killing me. Look at how there's like 2 pixels of hair right there, but it's perfectly solid. This is not real. Okay, this one,
F tier, F tier, F tier.
It's very interesting, honestly. Like, this shape is super peculiar, because how do you manage to have a perfect little shape of hair right here, and then a perfect line that goes to either side, and then a perfect hole right here that lacks hair? That shape is just so specific and so intriguing, it has to go
It goes
in
to A tier, oh
yeah,
my god.
For sure, for sure. Alright, moving on, we have, basically the entire top part is gone. But it's slightly more luscious than this one. I think the back is still there. The back of the hair is still there. That's the difference between these two. I'm gonna go with B tier, honestly. This one's pretty cool. My grandpa used to have this hairstyle. He rocked it.
Dude.
Hell yeah. Alright, last one we have completely bald right here, and I think that travels down the back. I'm pretty sure the hair is only on the sides. Now this is aura. This is aura, okay?
S tier. S tier.
We are all trying out this hairstyle in 2026. You and me, okay?
Okay,
This is
alright.
aura. This is going straight into
Aura.
S tier.
I knew
Hell
it.
yeah. We are all rocking this hairstyle
Dude.
this
This is the strangest tier list I've ever seen.
year. You and me collectively, right? Right, guys? Thank you for joining me. I have to go eat dinner. It is 12:30 and
Dude, that was so based. That was so fucking based. Dude. Okay. I need to see, dude, this is like so fucking chaotic, okay? I love this shit. Dude, fucking male pattern baldness stages tier list is crazy. Autistic chud cat girl takes Omegaverse quiz. Wait, this is so... Wait, I need to do content like this. I need to take some... I need to take some fucking notes. Cuck chair tier list. Dude, I need to start doing this. This is right up my alley. This is the kind of shit that I should do. I should be doing this. Why am I not dude, fetish tier list? Oh boy. This ought to be good.
Hey Chatling, my name is Kiwi, and today we are going to be ranking fetishes without getting stricken by YouTube. I'm going to try my
Okay.
hardest to keep things as PG or maybe PG-13 as one can, whilst discussing fetishes. Bro, can you hear the wind
Alright.
outside? Let me close my window.
Bro, she better, dude, for your guys' sake, she better not put fucking ABDL and F tier, okay?
Real quick. Bro, on everybody's soul, there's a tornado outside. What is happening? Anyway, I find talking about fetishes and analyzing them from a
Please put cuck in S tier.
psychological standpoint to be very interesting. But unfortunately, that's also a topic that is largely not allowed on YouTube. So we're going to try our best, okay? Keep me in your prayers. Hopefully everything works out smoothly. I'm excited.
Me too.
Okay, so we're starting off super strong. A basiophilia, people with impaired mobility. I'm gonna give that one an A tier. See, the thing that I'm afraid of is I love over-explaining things. I love over-analyzing things. But in this situation, over-explaining could lead to my downfall. So I have to really hold my tongue, which
Make a diaper tier list.
fucking sucks. I can swear now. I'm gonna give this one a solid A tier. Acrotomophilia, people with amputation.
Oh, where's ABDL? It should be an A.
So this one reminds me of limbless Hajime, and for that reason, I'm gonna give it a D tier. Just the terrible association. Don't like that one.
The hell is ABL? The acronyms you throw around sometimes. I feel stupid. No worries. If you don't know, you don't want to know.
Homoclitism. Lack of... C tier. Boring. A true warrior is not afraid to traverse the harsh jungle. Esotericity?
Wait. I want... Can they get to
Attraction to the
autogynephilia?
sun. Wait, that's kind of cool. I think we might have our first S tier. That's really cool.
Dude, yeah, I want to know what her stance is
Now
on
I'm really
inflation.
curious as to what that would look like. How do you go
Bro, she's going in alphabetical order, bro. She's never gonna get to the good
outside?
ones.
Wait, that's so intriguing. Are you telling me that somebody with this, every time they go outside, would have an urge to just whip their Johnson out and start stroking it?
Hell yeah, dude.
Interesting. S tier. Definitely S tier. A cucklophilia. Wow, I'm gonna butcher these words. Holy moly.
Come on, please at least get to autogynephilia.
Attraction to... it's kind of boring. There's not much going on D tier, honestly.
Yeah, it's not really a fetish.
Acrylagnia. This is so bad. Whoa, please just let my pronunciation fly, okay? I know it's terrible. I'm sorry. Attraction to extremities, such as fingers. Toes? Wait, toes. This is a big one. The word toes really elevated wait, can you see it? The word toes really elevated this from like a C tier to an A tier. A tier.
Right.
Agrexophilia.
Something tells me this person has a foot fetish.
Having other people know about your activities. I feel like this one's pretty basic. I feel like this is similar to another term that I've seen before, where you just like said activities to be broadcast to a wider audience. And honestly, it's kind of standard. It's kind of standard. I'm gonna give it C tier. Kind of boring. Pain differs from this, as there is biologically different interpretation of the rather than a subjective interpretation. Oh, because it's specifically involving this.
I have no idea.
Maybe a
your face cam is in the way.
B tier. It's kind of interesting. I'm intrigued by the psychology behind that one.
Sexual attraction to ducks is
For
crazy.
what reason would you
What the fuck? That's a
want
thing.
this? B tier. Pretty interesting. That takes it above a C tier. Dude. Yo,
Sexual
what?
attraction to ducks is crazy.
Okay, so anybody with this needs to go on a list immediately.
Okay, based.
Immediately. Why do I see the word ducks? Yo, dude. Animals should not be mentioned anywhere on this Wikipedia page. On everybody's soul, what am I looking at? F tier.
Please get to autogynephilia.
Anemophilia. Attraction to wind. Wait, that's kind of cool. That's kind of like the sun one. And it raises the same questions of...
Oh, let's see. Which ones are gonna be interesting? Andromina, whatever the fuck. Transgender men. I want to get to that one. And then I also want the one after that. Attraction by younger men to older women. I want to see what her stance is on that.
About that? Yeah. Immediately.
Okay, I want to know.
From being scratophilia. Transgender.
Transgender men.
D tier. D tier.
Damn.
And attraction by young men to older women. See, this
Please
one's
say that
also
one's
very
based.
common.
You know, if I was a man, this would be me. This was me pre-transition.
Being into cougars, I'm gonna give it a B tier. I think cougars are super cool and super epic. So
Based.
that elevates it from C tier average to B tier. Antholagnia. Arousal from flowers. Flowers. See, all of these nature.
Here, let's see. Dude, raping and then cannibalizing. Hold on. Armpits, asphyxiation, disability attraction, self-induced asphyxiation. Okay,
related ones are so
we'll see about I want to hear about rape.
so intriguing to me. What is the fetish below this one? I don't even want to read it. Okay.
No,
This one's
read it.
S tier. I'm literally gonna put all the nature-related ones in S tier. They're just pretty intriguing. It makes me wonder from a psychological standpoint, how do you even develop such a thought process, right? Like,
Man, this list makes me feel bad. This makes me feel vanilla.
How does that
it's like,
develop?
damn, like all these like, you know, like people sexually attracted to flowers, like
I am
damn.
truly
Am I really that vanilla? They're attracted to the sun. They're attracted to flowers. Like, fuck, man.
curious. It's fascinating to me. I have zero
It's not fair.
answers. All right, what the fuck is this? Anthropophagoid.
I have the cannibal one. Oh my god. Is it gonna get to autogynephilia? Please get to autogynephilia.
Straight to prison you go. Like, actually, what the fuck is this? Wait, sorry. F tier. Obviously, bro. Did you think I was gonna... Like, you... Let's go B tier. Valid. Attract... Autogon...
Dude, wait. Dude, what is... Dude, autopedophilia is crazy.
Histophilia. Being on stage on camera. Isn't this just another flavor of...
Dude, I wanna...
Auto... Okay,
Bro,
nope,
I want to see what she says about autopedophilia.
Cinephilia. Being in life-threatening situations. This one, actually, I have seen before. So, that word. Self-induced, sometimes to the point of near unconsciousness.
Wait, where's autogynephilia? Wait, there's no autogynephilia. I just realized. Why does it have autopedophilia but not autogynephilia? Between autofellatio and autohemofetishism should be autogynephilia. What the fuck? Dude, this is fucked up. It doesn't even have... One fun fact, autopedophilia is a growing fetish at an extremely alarming rate in young men. Why? Is it because I've seen some images that like were like on fucking Discord servers that were like sketch. I fucking as soon as I see shit like that, I fucking leave if they're still in the server. But you know, very concerning drawings, let's just say, where it'd be like, you know, adult woman and like a male character that's like, you know, a bit more ambiguous, and I'd be like, I'd see that shit and I'd be like, what the fuck? And it's very common that you'll see this kind of shit on fucking Discord, and it's like, oh well, I'm fucking leaving this server if this is the type of shit that's gonna be here. Hetero Shotacon content consumption by men is exploding in popular. Interesting. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. Weirdly enough, I think I understand the appeal though. It's because like they're reminiscing on a time when like they would have been considered cute, whereas they become like, you know, they became like ugly, disgusting, not very cute moids. And because they want a certain type of attention that they learned to fetishize for whatever reason, maybe that's why. I don't know. I'm it's just conjecture at this point. I don't know. So AF is a child at SA victim by a woman that would make me sick. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I can't believe they didn't include autogynephilia though. It's fucked up. Bro, where's AGP?
B tier. Kind of interesting. B tier. Autofellatio. Performing on oneself. See, now this is very interesting. This makes me
the uptick in autopedophilia is definitely because of chronically online look smackers. I can't prove it, but I believe it. How?
Remember Moist Critical's story of how he once tried to suck his own dick? Very intriguing. I don't think this is feasible for like 99% of individuals. I'm gonna go with the A tier. Pretty cool,
Okay,
pretty
good
impressive.
shit.
If you can achieve that, pretty impressive. Auto, hemo, making oneself... Yo, you're gonna need to watch the... Like, I know how sometimes I...
What tier is
full
it?
attention. Can I say that? Probably. Self in the... F tier. F tier. D tier. C tier? C tier.
I think that's fair.
C tier? A plush.
Please give
Yo.
auto vampirism. Please give auto vampirism
Oh,
S
what the
tier.
hell? I'm not shaming, by the way. I'm not shaming. I'm just curious.
Give auto vampirism / vampirism S tier, please.
Filled with confusion. The image of one... Oh, wait. Sorry, I haven't been reading the words. Auto-vampirism. The image of oneself in the form of a vampire. Yo,
S
y'all know
tier.
Vampire Germa?
S tier.
Peak.
S tier.
Peak
S
cosplay.
tier.
Now's
S tier.
probably not the time to bring that up. My apologies.
S
I'm
tier.
gonna give it a B
S
tier. Honestly, that's pretty... Whoa.
Bro, S tier.
Oh, I didn't read the second part. Involves ingesting or
S
seeing
tier.
one's own...
S tier. It's so fucking based.
B tier.
Bro, only B tier?
Auto-zoophilia. The image of oneself in the form of an animal.
Oh my god, wait, is she gonna get to inflation? Body inflation
I'm gonna
fetishism.
go
Let's
with B
go!
tier. Yep.
That's gonna be
not
one of the
really liking
funniest
that one.
ones.
Oh, can you see it?
Oh. Rape fantasy? I want to hear about that as
Hold
well.
on. Here you go. I made myself super big today because I wanted to kind of cover up the words, even though you're gonna see them all hiding someone against top of us.
Did she-
Woohoo! Thank you for joining me. This was truly
No! Bro, she didn't get to inflation. This is so sad. That's fucked up. Is she watching younger her? That's not past me. What? Did you think that was a video of me? Do I sound the same? Dog, I don't...
really entertaining.
Would. My voice is significantly deeper than hers, though. I guess we have, like, the same fucking autism inflection. Like, we both have the autism voice, but, like, other than that, it's like, you know... Anyways. Am I an alpha or omega? Am I a femboy? Am I gay? Dude. Banger content for real. Turning tween types into yaoi OCs. Personifying Minecraft mobs. How to render juicy skin. Wait. Oh, here. Wait, is that her with makeup? Yo. Oh. Oh. Okay, she's definitely gay. All right, she's not straight. She's bisexual. What's the name of that channel? The name of the channel is Kiwi at Kiwi Draws, spelled Keewi. Yeah, I fuck with this person. I high key fuck with this person. Anyways. But yeah, no, that's extremely based. High key fuck with it. Double tap the smash like if you also fuck with it. You know? I think it's very epic and based. Chat, do you want to watch more loser maxing? I don't know if I want to. I wanna see, okay, if there's any videos that stand out that we haven't watched. Okay. We already watched imagine if women's body counts were displayed on their foreheads. Wow, okay, dude. I went to a Christmas party and it was brutal. 9 to 5 is a daycare for normies. I mean, it's kind of true, but it's worse than that. You can't thrive in a society that profits off your desperation. Applying the jobs is a humiliation ritual. Life itself is a humiliation ritual for average men. People thought I was gay because I had social anxiety. Life is a single man after 30. So you can't afford to miss out on young love. Thanksgiving dinner as a sub-5 male, parentheses brutal. She already has a new boy. Wait, is this the... oh my god. Yes, born to conquer, forced to cope. Damn. I kind of want to watch She Already Has a New Boyfriend. Talking to women is a humiliation ritual. Idiot woman explains why manipulation is a good thing. I actually have a friend. Most men are singled out, and women will never admit the real reason why. Okay, what video do we watch? Live a lie or be an outcast? 36-year-old loser is too scared to ask for water at a friend's house. I kind of want to watch She Already Has a New Boyfriend. Okay, because I'm pretty sure this is an extension of, a story we already, went through part of. The one where he basically talks about how he went on a date with this Indian chick and it went poorly.
So apparently, my ex-girlfriend, who really you could barely even call her that, I guess, because we never even really did anything. We kissed a few times. That was it. That's all
He sounds really dejected. I don't know if I want to make fun of this. I feel bad.
Which I can't say the same.
The real reason why parents in the education system have failed to socialize men.
For her, but we only broke up like 2 weeks ago, and she's already got a new boyfriend.
Okay.
I found out about this because my friend Jamal just texted me to tell me about it.
Yeah, but you went on a single date, so it's reasonable that she'd be dating other people if, your date didn't go well and then you broke up.
I kind of wish he didn't, I'd rather not know about it. I just want to forget she even exists. I don't want to think about it.
Okay, so let me proceed to make a 30-minute video about it.
That's what happened. He texted me about it.
Damn it, Femyoz, do not feel bad for him. He rapes hamsters. Since when do you rape hamsters?
And he didn't mean anything by it. He wasn't trying to be a dick or anything. He was just telling me. But
Blood was never with her officially. I think they were together officially for a week.
He told me
it's literally a middle school type relationship, except this guy is in his mid-30s.
Couple details, and
playing whatever game
I just couldn't help myself.
The collect as much shit as you can in the pile game.
So,
which, to be fair, does look kind of entertaining. I can't lie. I would get addicted to something like this.
I did a little digging around the internet,
Just because it's
a
like
bit of
stupid.
internet sleuthing, as it were, and it's worse than I thought. It's a bit worse than I thought. So all Jamal told me was he texted me saying that she's
Dude, this game is addicting
got a new
to
boyfriend
watch.
already.
Just like this big bound
He
of
found
shit.
out because I guess the guy took his car in to get a car wash. My ex and Jamal both work at a car wash together. I used to work there too. That's how we all met. That's how we all know each other. I mean, I guess I don't really need to be explaining all this, but you never know when somebody new is going to stumble across the channel. So I just want to make sure I give all the relevant background information so a new person could understand what I'm talking about here. But yeah, so
Collect the people.
this guy, her new boyfriend, took his car in for a wash, and
Why are you
I guess it
sitting
was
there?
just
Collect the
obvious
people.
that they were together from how they were acting. Jamal said the guy like kissed her hand like a frickin' medieval yeoman courting some fair maiden. And then I guess Jamal actually talked to the guy, and the guy straight up told him that they were dating. So,
Bro, why is this game more interesting than what he's yapping about?
yeah, they definitely are.
Dude.
And get this,
Oh my, dude, I have too much ADHD for this.
apparently, the guy said to Jamal that they've been dating for about 2 weeks, which just so happens to be about how long ago it was that we broke up. And this was all
dude.
conveyed to me over text, so I don't know exactly how.
I don't care. This is boring. Just like a horrible storyteller. Okay, let's see. Does he talk about politics at all? I wanna hear him like, you know, whine about shit that's like, you know, like yoga pants are destroying society. I want to see more shit like that. You know, where he's talking about how, you know, it's society's fault that he, you know, is a sex pest, degenerate freak that can't control his urges. And I want more shit like that. Anyways. Talking to women is a humiliation ritual. Most men are single now and women will never admit the reason why. Oh boy, this ought to be
More
good.
men
He's gonna
are
blame
single
women.
now than ever before in
I hope that he blames women. That would be really
history.
funny.
And
Cucky
I've got a
wucky.
theory about this that you probably have not heard before, and it is backed up by the data.
Yes, he's
So
playing this game. Let's go.
Please keep listening for at least a few minutes if this is a topic you care about, because you're not going to hear this information anywhere else.
Oh boy. Wow, it's exclusive.
According to a Pew Research study from 2022, 63% of men under the age of 30 are single, while only 34% of women in the same age group are single.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Right? Okay. Who cares?
Now, this data comes from self-reported survey responses, meaning it's probably not super accurate.
Yeah, no shit. Like, if it's the case that, you know, 63% of men are, or sorry, if 34% of women are single, right? Who is that other percentage dating? Who is that other, you know, 66% dating, right? Like, obviously, it's going to have to be proportionate. So if it's the case that 66% of women are in relationships, then it would logically follow that 66% of men would have to be. It doesn't make any sense for them to not be aligned.
But just from what I see in
Unless all of the women are gay and they're dating each other.
my day-to-day life, it's obvious that more men are single now than ever before, especially
Okay, if more men are single, then wouldn't that mean that more women are also single? So this isn't just like a male issue.
younger men. I would be willing to bet that if you consider
If more men are single, that means that more women are single. Like, if we're talking about, like, the majority of society, which is going to be straight people, then, like, it's obviously the case that the more single men there are, the more single women there are.
only men 40 years of age and younger, easily the majority are single.
Like, unless you believe that they're fucking, you know, that fucking Chad has, like, a harem of fucking 2,000 women, you know, it's, like, it's kind of ridiculous to just assume that, you know, that's, like, completely uneven. There's just no evidence of this. It's like, okay, you found, like, you know, a poorly done study.
That survey study I mentioned, by the way, it has data for the age group 18 to 29, and then it has data for ages 30 to 49 and older age groups too. I'll just leave this image of the data on the screen for a minute so you can see it for yourself. But yeah, I would be curious what the percentage is in the 30 to 40 age range, And maybe the raw data is available to sift through. I don't know, but I don't have time for that anyways. And I don't need a study to tell me all this. It's pretty obvious just from
Oh, right. You need something that confirms your existing biases. Though.
living in the world and
It's literally just bad data because it's like not logical.
occasionally going outside.
Like I don't need to study to understand the fact that the more single women there are, the more single men there are. That's just objectively what that means, and vice versa. The more single men there are, the more single women there are. The less there are of one, the less there are of the other. So unless there's some grand conspiracy to make all the women lesbians or some shit, we're all actually lesbians and bisexual now, and that's why men are all single, then it doesn't make any fucking sense that we'd have a bunch of single men but not a bunch of single women. Like, who are these women dating then if all the men are single? Each other?
Other than maybe just the oldest demographics, most men are single. And I don't care about the proportionality either. Like, 63% of men are single, but only 34% of women? Oh my god, what a discrepancy! I don't really think that part's that important.
It's not that it's not important, it's that it's not true. It just logically doesn't add up unless women are all lesbians.
I think what would be more interesting to see would be what percentage of men and women are involuntarily celibate, because I'm pretty sure, and I'm not going to bother trying to look it up, because if you think the average single woman is going to answer honestly on a survey asking her about her romantic life, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, so true. Women are just always
But
lying.
I'm pretty sure
Well, men always tell the truth, though.
there's a lot more single women that are actually getting some action compared to single men. Like, if we assume those numbers are anywhere kind of close to being accurate, that 63% of men under 30 are single and 34% of women under 30 are single.
Why would we trust those numbers when they just, like, don't logically make sense? Like, it's a violation of the, everything we know about reality in a way that doesn't logically explain itself. Like, it doesn't explain, okay, so if it's the case that, the majority of men are single, but the majority of women are not single, like, what's your explanation of that? That doesn't make any fucking sense. It's not that there's, significantly more men than women, so that can't be why. Right? There's not a fucking shortage of women. There's, like, the same amount of men and women in society. That's just not true.
I'm pretty sure that of that 63% of men that are single, yeah, some of them are probably single by choice. Some of those guys are single, but not
You mean, like,
lonely. They're just single because they'd rather sleep with lots of women as opposed to just one. But for men, I think most single men really are just plain old single and lonely and celibate. It's not by choice that they're single. But for single women, I think it's a different story.
Women choose to be single.
Because it's really, really easy for women to find someone to get jiggy with if
Yeah, not if it's somebody worthwhile.
that's what they want to do. But
Okay, but wait, hold on, what? Hold on, getting sex is easy. Getting a long-term relationship is the part that's
even if
difficult.
you ignore that fact, a lot of women these days
And this applies to both
just
genders.
don't-
It's easy to get hookups.
want to be in a relationship. They don't want to date. They don't want to
Yeah, this applies to a lot of men
have
as well.
intimate time with a man. Okay, so I've seen
And that's a problem because why exactly? Like, you can't force somebody to be, desiring intimacy in that
lots
way.
of discussions
Like, if they don't want that, then they don't want that. You can't really change
online
that.
about these statistics, but I think most people
Maybe by making yourself more attractive, you could. But
are missing the bigger picture.
it's like the best case scenario
Sure.
for you.
And women don't want you to know this. They're happy to let us keep speculating amongst ourselves about whether the
But we as women, we're like a secret cabal, and we have like this secret knowledge that we don't want men to
singleness discrepancy is because so many women are all dating the same few men, or if it's because women tend to date older men, so it makes the data for the individual age ranges kind of lopsided, or whatever.
know. Or maybe it just wasn't a representative sample. You ever considered that?
But a lot of women legitimately just don't care about dating, and they don't care about even having any intimate time with a man whatsoever.
You're right, because women are better.
I think most women would love to date
Like, I'd rather just date women, because women are
a
hotter.
highly attractive man if the opportunity presented itself. But I also think they don't care that much to really put in effort to make it happen. They care more about their fake careers, if anything, because
Wait, why are women people that have fake careers, but not
as a
men?
man, if you want to have anybody in this world that actually cares about you, other than maybe your immediate family, like your parents, you have to find a woman to be your girlfriend and then get married have kids and all that. And so basically what
Why can't it be a man? Why can't you just become
you have
gay?
to do is you have to make
I'm just kidding.
your own family to care about you. That's the only way you can have people that care about you.
You can't make people care about you, my friend.
But for women,
You could incentivize them to, but that's about it.
none of those things are necessary. If you are an average woman, then everybody already cares about you. Everybody already gives you attention. So most women already have all the attention they need. Like they're, on The Sims, how you have
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they have like financial stability or anything like
all the
that.
different meters for different needs like hunger, sleep, hygiene, etc. Well, one of the meters is social. So for the
It's
average,
like I agree that women on average get more attention, mainly on the internet. I feel like the internet kind of inflates it though. I feel like it's not the same in real life. Like I don't get people approaching me in real life. Now to be fair, I kind of blend in. I go to my way to blend in real life. But I just look kind of like an average gender ambiguous person, so people don't really know. People don't really give like I never get like catcalled or anything like that. Anyways, what is he talking about? I see women get ignored and disrespected just as much as men. Yeah, absolutely. Like I don't think this is like gender specific. I think that society can just be cruel as well as people. But
man, you have to fill up your social meter by the sweat of your own brow. I think that's the phrase, sweat of your brow. I don't know. I'm saying that now out loud and it sounds wrong. But what I'm trying to say is men have to work hard and go through struggle to fill up their social meter. The average woman does not have
You're a troll, me?
to do that. Her social meter is just always filled up because everything she does, everywhere she goes, random simps and other women, and even at an institutional level, like workplace initiatives and affirmative action for women, and just going through life in this society where it's always women and children first, protect women, believe women, all that adds up. So women just don't need relationships with men the same way that men need relationships with women. Okay, and
what are we talking about? Everyone needs human connection.
Here's the other thing.
Everyone wants deeper connections on some level. Maybe not everyone. There's going to be some exceptions, right? Or like there's going to be like asexual people that don't want, romantic connections. Like aro-ace people that don't want romantic connections of any kind. But like, the majority of society is going to like want that regardless of gender, right? And they're not going to be feeling fulfilled from just hookups. Now, some people might, and they might be like, well, relationships are something that, later down the line I can worry about. And that's totally fair as well.
This is the new insight I have that you
But yeah, a lot of people might just want friendship as well. And that's totally
probably haven't thought of before. Okay, so 63% of men under 30 are single and 34% of women are single. I know that data isn't perfect, but
boys and troons want to get right-wing men? Oh, no, I don't. But then shame them for being closeted? I don't shame them for being closeted. I shame them for being hypocritical. I shame them for supporting people that are against our rights and their own. I shame them for voting for people that want to force me to detransition while they're attracted to me. It's like, if you're attracted to me, you do realize, like, I can only exist if I'm given access to gender-affirming care. And if people like Charlie Kirk had their way, I'd be forced to detransition. That's what a lot of these people don't understand. So, of course, I'm going to make fun of somebody for, wanting to have sex with me, but not wanting me to have rights. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I was told on Grindr that I'm so deep in the closet that it's concerning. Look, the fact of the matter is, like, just stop being right-wing. It's not that difficult. Stop believing wrong things. Migration is their key issue. They don't care about femboys. We like them secretly. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's like, I don't understand. Why not just be open about it? Why does it have to be a secret? You're just like, come out.
That's what we have to go off of.
Just stop being right wing. I'm a right-winged man and I want people to challenge my beliefs, and you've done a lot of that. Good shit, good shit.
Okay, so roughly 2 times as many men as women under the age of 30 are single. All right, so here's some more data for you. 8.4% of men are on antidepressants, but 17.7% of women are on antidepressants. Okay?
Yeah, probably because women are incentivized to take their mental health more seriously, right? Whereas men are told to just bottle it up. So there's a reason why women are taking antidepressants at higher rates, but men are committing suicide at higher rates, right? And the reason for that is because men are told to shut up and stop, caring too much about their emotions, just man up, right? Which is ultimately a byproduct of the patriarchy. People think of patriarchy as something that only negatively affects women. It negatively affects everybody, right? But men don't usually call it patriarchy because they don't realize that that's what it is. But at the end of the day, what it boils down to is a biological essentialist worldview that says that men are necessarily strong and stoic and that women are necessarily weak and emotional. And at the end of the day, it harms both parties that it targets. Right? Thank you, Andre, for the 2 saying, I'm beating it to you. I love trans like you. Really good message.
So roughly twice as many women are on antidepressants compared to men. And by the way, these numbers are from the CDC, and this is also from a survey study, I'm pretty sure. So is it completely accurate? Probably not. But I don't think being on antidepressants is something people are as likely to lie about as whether or not they're single. But yeah, it's a survey study. And the numbers I gave, 8.4% of men and 17.7% of women, that's for all age groups. But the same ratio.
Also, I think that the problem with the first study that you cited, or well, probably potentially both, is that these are just like surveys that are not representative samples. So the issue wouldn't be that people lie, right? If it's an anonymous survey, people aren't going to lie about it, right?
Holds for every age group. Okay, so in case you didn't know.
Should a general society constantly make exceptions for outliers? Yeah, absolutely. Nobody is harmed by that. Yes, outliers should be included in society if they don't cause harm. So like, for instance, trans people are an outlier. But like, yeah, we should be allowed into society. We're human beings too. And like, trans people, despite being 1% of the population, I mean, that's still millions of people. That's a lot of people. And to just, deny that many people, basic human rights is fucked up.
A common side effect of antidepressants.
It's like, why should we be forced to adhere to cis heteronormative standards? Why should I be forced to exist as a man? That doesn't make any sense. Why should I be forced to live a life that would make me kill myself? If I wasn't allowed to transition, if I didn't have access to HRT, I wouldn't be here. You know that, right? Like, without access to estrogen, which I started at the age of 19. I'm 21 now. Y'all do realize I was on the verge of suicide before I started HRT, right? Like, I had like a whole plan on how I was going to kill myself. And the only thing that stopped me was the fact that I was starting on HRT, and I was like, well, maybe it'll get better. And guess what? It did. Is it perfect now? No, I'm still mentally ill. But I'm not suicidal the way that I used to be. Right? I was at a point where I wanted to kill myself every day. I fucking hated my life before I transitioned. Thank you, Andre, for the 2 sec. I love that cute little mouth. Wonderful chat message. Great stuff. If your natural circumstances would make you sewer slide yourself, maybe the problem is something to adapt to. I did by transitioning. That's how I adapted. Because I have dysphoria, and the only way to treat dysphoria is by transitioning. Answer my airplane question. What size is an airplane seat? Roughly 1 human size. I don't know. I think they should be larger so that they're more comfortable. I don't see what the issue would be. But it's like, I don't see why, my life should be made more miserable just because, you want to force me into a certain box. Meanwhile, you benefit from people like me because, you've admitted that, you're attracted to gay people. Or sorry, to trans people. So like, you benefit from my existence in a way. But then at the same time, you're saying that I shouldn't exist. That doesn't make any sense. You can't have it both ways. Why aren't they giant or small? Well, they have to be large enough to fit a person. They're not giant because corporations are evil and want you to be uncomfortable in order to save money. So so that, you know, maybe somebody could buy like the more expensive version where they have slightly larger seats. But at the end of the day, you're talking about like a very business oriented decision that's not going to be for the betterment of society. It's for the betterment of the corporation. And we all know that corporations are fucking evil. I do, but it shouldn't be encouraged, tolerated only. I think it should be, here's my take. Encouraged is a strange word. Thank you, Andre, for the additional 2 saying, on my face, baby. Please, I need it. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, anyways. Back to where we were. Vor, you do realize that, encouraged is a very strange way of describing it, because tolerating is ultimately what we strive for. When we say, yes, trans people should be allowed to transition and have access to HRT, that's not encouraging people to transition. Now, if people have dysphoria, then yeah, I think it's reasonable to encourage them to transition. Right? I think that's reasonable. Like, if someone's like, yeah, I want to transition, like, yeah, encouraging them to make the decision that's right for them. Right? The same way that, like, you know, you would encourage anyone to seek treatment for their problems. Like, if somebody has depression, you know, telling them, hey, like, maybe you should, you know, go to therapy, maybe get antidepressants, whatever it may be. Yo, thank you, Andre, for the 2 saying, I love it when you beg. Here you go, sweetheart. Thank you. It's for efficiency's sake. To the benefit of who? How is it efficient? How is it efficient to force people to be miserable? Efficiency is worthless if it's at the expense of human happiness. To the benefit of nobody. Nobody benefits from trans people not being allowed to have access to HRT. Like, society gains nothing from us killing ourselves. Society gains everything from us being allowed to transition and therefore being able to be productive members of society. So a book for children that uplifts trans people, propaganda. First of all, everything everywhere in all of existence is propaganda. You just don't realize it if it's something you agree with. To normalize a usually uncommon identity, yeah, what's the problem with that? What's the objective and measurable harm? Why is there no book genre focusing on kids with no legs? Well, if there was, what would be the problem with that? Yeah, like, it's fine to, like, yeah, I think it's reasonable to say, hey, if someone's born with no legs, that's okay. Like, you should treat them the same as you would treat anybody else. You should be nice to them. I think that's perfectly reasonable. And you could say that that's propaganda, but I think that at the end of the day, teaching kids to have empathy for other people is, well, reasonable. We have to live around it. Most people feel it's weird. Skill issue, that's a you problem. Why should I have to suffer because of you being less intelligent, right? Your lack of intelligence, you being emotionally minded and thinking, well, I'm uncomfortable with it for no logical reason, even though I'm not the one that actually struggles with, you know, the ailment. It's like, okay, you can be uncomfortable around the person with no legs because you pity them or whatever reason it is. That's not their fault. The same way it's not my fault I have dysphoria. But you wouldn't say that, oh, well, we shouldn't treat the person with no legs by giving them prosthetic limbs because, you know, seeing people with no legs, you know, that makes me uncomfortable. So we should just ignore them. Or, oh, you know, trans people, well, they make me uncomfortable. Let's just ignore them. Let's not treat their dysphoria. It's not intelligence. It's logical. It's not logical. Nothing you've said is logical. How about you make it easier for troons to pass? Exactly. And that's why I'm in favor of, puberty blockers and gender affirming care at earlier ages so that, you know, you don't have these, ogre huns that, you know, want to kill themselves constantly, right? Because they don't pass, right? You're uncomfortable around it because it's literally queer? Okay, skill issue. Fucking cry about it. Sounds like you're a pussy. You know, people like you that are uncomfortable around it need to be bullied out of society. If it's such an issue, make transition easier. True, I agree. Transition should be easier. Logic equals binary. That's not what that means. Why can't you love people you disagree with? You're a stranger on the internet. Why would I love you? I don't love most people. I'm more tolerant than you. Yeah, so much for the tolerant left, not tolerating my intolerance. Like if somebody's retarded, then like I'm gonna like call them retarded. I'm just gonna say how it is, right? So like you're retarded, for instance. You have like wrong beliefs. So like I think that's perfectly reasonable. Logic is literally 1 or 0, yes or no. That's not what that means. Logic does not exclusively exist in the binary format. That's not what that means. Right? There could be more than 2 options in a logical system. Right? So it could be the case that like you know, there's more than 2 variables. Yes, that's what it means. Okay, so if it's the case that like oh, I don't know, I do a logical analysis of I don't know, anything that has 3 or more variables. Is that no longer logical? Logic gates in electronics are literally based on binary. Ah, yes, because the only logic that exists is logic in logic gates in electronics. That's so true. You know, it doesn't exist in philosophy. You're using the colloquial term. Okay, then why are you pretending to be retarded and acting like you don't understand that? Wrong beliefs is hilarious. Well, yeah, wrong beliefs is like a thing that exists. Like people have wrong beliefs all the time. So for instance, flat earthers have wrong beliefs. If I could admit that leftists live under a comprehensive worldview, why can't you say the same for right-wingers? Well, the issue with right-wingers is they generally have contradictory worldviews. And even if they don't, they're just consistently wrong about shit. It just doesn't track with reality. It doesn't track with what actually would constitute a better society. Why are you calling people retarded? Are you retarded? What makes you think you can say that word? You know, I never claims to be woke in that way. Like, I'm a leftist, but I'm also edgy. Like, what's the contradiction there? What's a contradiction? Well, it'd be an unbelief that in 2 things that are mutually exclusive. But a contradiction isn't going to be the only sign of like a wrong belief, right? It's going to be like the biggest telltale sign. But like, you know, if you believe something based on something that's like completely contrived, right? Like if I say there's a purple elephant in my backyard and you're stupid enough to believe me when I say that, right? There's no contradiction in the statement, there's a purple elephant in my backyard, but it's still a ridiculous thing to believe. So not everything that is a wrong belief is necessarily a contradiction. I know what it is. What's the example? The example of a contradiction? An example would be like, there is a tree in my backyard and there is not a tree in my backyard. I'm confused. What are you trying to get at? And again, not all wrong beliefs are necessarily going to hold a contradiction in and of themselves, right? Like you might have a wrong belief because it's one that doesn't interface with reality. So maybe you could say it contradicts reality, right? For right-wingers, you dork. Oh, for instance, you know, the idea that like they'll complain about big tech censorship, but they'll be in favor of capitalism. They actually don't do anything to address the actual root cause. I'm just saying. Anyways. I think that's a pretty reasonable example. It's like, okay, so you support that's a Republican? Well, so right-wingers aren't capitalists? Right-wingers are socialists now. Being right-wing economically necessitates a support of the capitalist system. You're just yapping at this point, use simple words. So just because you're like too low IQ to understand what I'm saying doesn't mean that, you know, I need to simplify my language. It just means that, you know, this live stream is gatekept from, you know, retard chimpanzees. Yeah, like not sock. Except Nazi Germany was never socialist. Also, why would you be in favor of nationalism? Why is the moral consideration of an individual contingent upon what country they were born in? There's no logical reason for this. It's all arbitrary. Most of them hate America now. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. It's racial. Yeah, and why is that logical? Why should whether or not somebody is warranted, sorry, if whether or not moral consideration is warranted for an individual have to do with what race they were born as? That seems fucking stupid. Oh, it's their metaphysical race. What are we talking about? That's not what I believe in. Well, it's almost like I was responding to what the other person says. Race is not skin deep. It kind of is. Oh, but what about their facial structure? Yeah, their facial structure is different. Right? You'd have to demonstrate a direct causal link between, like, you know, race and who you are fundamentally as a person, or race and sentience. And you would not be able to do that. Right? And if you try to bring up race and IQ statistics, what you fail to account for is the fact that it's going to be socioeconomic circumstances that are going to influence IQ. Because if we're talking about generalized intelligence, we're not even just talking about food intelligence, we're talking about knowledge. And if you don't have an education, you're not going to have said knowledge, right? And even, you know, logical think, like the ability to think logically is partially something that is taught, right? Some people are taught how to think logically. Race is deterministic of your intelligence, culture, behavior, etc. So that's just like not true. There's no science behind this. You're just factually incorrect about that. So this would be a contradiction to, you know, reality itself. And then you could make the claim that like I'd be more sympathetic to the view that like, you know, certain culture could be a partially determining factor, but race in of itself, no. That's not even true. You're just being racist, dude. Oh, you're talking to them. Okay. Yeah, like if you're just like not accounting for socioeconomic factors. And again, like even if you were to do like, oh, well, what about black culture thing? Like even if you were to reduce to culture, I would still have to disagree with that just because culture is going to be the more, you know, relativistic aspects. It's just going to be like, you know, like what traditions you practice. At the end of the day, all that's just going to be a bunch of random arbitrary bullshit anyway that doesn't matter. Like it's not going to have an impact on your logical thinking skills. Now there could be like, you know, certain behaviors that are more predominant in, you know, poor areas that you're going to see, are going to be, you know, predominantly black, for instance. But again, once you account for socioeconomic factors, you'll notice that that, you know, isn't really an issue. So then why aren't black Americans smarter than Africans as a whole? Well, it's going to be the case that if we're talking about black Americans that live in this country, there's going to be a generational wealth gap, and to just like completely ignore the generational wealth gap that was caused by redlining is just like pure stupidity. Like you're just like ignoring like one of the most important variables there, right? Like unless you believe that, you know, people can just, you know, recover from generational wealth gaps and, you know, wealth inequality within just a few generations. I mean, that's just delusional thinking, right? Like if it was that easy, then why aren't you a billionaire? You know, surely, you know, your generational wealth should have, you know, allowed you to, you know, maximize your spot in society, you know, right below the Jews, I presume you would think. How come poor Japanese people outperform rich Americans? Well, it's because they would have a better education system, right? Like a lot of it's going to have to do with education, right? So you'll notice that in these poor black areas, education is very, very, very suboptimal. And that's going to be one of the main issues. I'm Japanese and I'm low middle class. Yeah, I guess you must be fake Japanese. Do you accept that genes could plausibly play a role in intelligence? Genes, yes. But there's going to be more genetic variation between, you know, individual people than collective race groups. Like when we talk about genetic differences, there's more genetic differences between individual people than entire race groups. Like if we're talking about, you know, the average black person versus the average white person genetically, it's actually going to be more variety between, you know, any given individual versus any other given individual. And the reason for that is because when we're talking about genetic averages within any category of people, they sort of average out, they sort of balance out. You called me fake Asian. I was being sarcastic. I was obviously being facetious. You're not fake Asian. I know, it was a joke. Why are white people better? Like if we're born into, you know, economic circumstances that allow us to succeed more, then like, yeah, it's obviously going to be the case that we're more successful. That's not really an accomplishment. That's just generational wealth. I mean, if you want to be a girl, you should learn to listen to men and do what you're told, like and smile. Geez, what if I'm lesbian? Then what? What are you gonna do then? Lesbians don't usually listen to men, right? Who made the wealth? What are we talking about? Well, the wealthy people made it for themselves initially, but that got diluted very quickly. And what I mean by that is ultimately the wealthy elite are people that were born into it. So at one point, you know, there were people that worked hard to accumulate some level of wealth, but very, very quickly, it turned into a very uneven playing field. So, you know, because it would be foolish and illogical to claim that generational wealth has no impact. If you made money, it doesn't mean you deserve it either. That's true. Because a lot of the people that make money do it through exploitative means. Do white people live on magic soil? No, it's just we're born into more generational wealth on average than black people. This is just an empirical fact that you can't ignore. Right? Femi, you need sleep? That's true. Intelligence is absolutely genetic. Well, it's going to be a combination of genetic and environmental, right? And it seems like you're placing a heavy emphasis on the genetic element slash a genetic determinist worldview. But you're fundamentally misunderstanding that it's not just nature, it's not just nurture, it's going to be both. But why? Where did that come from? Racist policies of the past. So, for instance, redlining, where black people were forced into these poor neighborhoods, because there were just like neighborhoods that would just say, yeah, no blacks allowed here. And that's why. And then those neighborhoods ended up with underfunded education, right? They ended up becoming poorer. Businesses didn't go there, etc. Why? Because society was racist as fuck, right? And now we see the downstream effects of that. So while redlining isn't a policy that's in place today, we still experience the effects of it, right? Why do white people get rich in their countries but nobody else did? What are we talking about? Like there are plenty of you know, Arab nations that are rich as fuck because they got hella oil. Okay, they're the oilers of society, okay? What are we talking about? China's racist AF and no one tells them to self-erase. Oh, I fucking hate the Chinese government. What are we talking about? The Chinese government is fascistic. It's very fascist, very authoritarian, and it's actually right-wing, for the record. Because it's just state capitalism, so economically speaking, at least. You know, it's authoritarian, right-wing. I want a one-on-one convo with you. I'll destroy that little ass. Okay, well, shut up. Maybe you would if you're like a femboy. Okay, if you look like a femboy, then yeah, you could. I think I don't like equals right wing nowadays. Well, no, when I talk about right wing shit, I'm generally talking about like on the side of, you know, economics, right? Like the use of capitalism, right? I view capitalism as fundamentally right wing and a perpetuation of the status quo. But if you have a different definition, I mean, that's fine. Normies are going to have a different definition than me. And I'd be open to discussing why I believe that, reinforcing a status quo of capitalism is right wing. But you are a normie? Disagree. EP? Yeah, I am EP. Gotcha just seems disingenuous sometimes. No, maybe I'm wrong about stuff. But, you know, I've yet to see a compelling argument for why I'm wrong about anything. So, I hold true to my beliefs until I have a logical reason to not believe those things. You're lucky you're pretty? Why is that? Why? What if I was ugly? What if I was ugly? I think of myself as pretty ugly. I don't know. I don't see how I'm attractive, but I could just be insecure. People tell me I'm BDD all the time. They tried communism? No, they tried state capitalism and it failed because it's a form of capitalism. Authoritarianism does not mesh well with communism, it just becomes capitalism. BGD? No, BDD. I get told that I have body dysmorphia, is what that means. Scroll up for my last comment, then roast my identity. My dick is a pretty compelling argument. Yo, that's crazy. I look like an emo? Okay, are you like an effeminate emo? Like, are you the kind of emo that is like relatively feminine facial structure above that? I want a one-on-one convo with you. I'll destroy that little ass. I already read that. Fine is racist AF. I already read that. That presumes multiculturalism is owed to minorities. I don't see why we need monoculture. Glad you have no nose ring. That's very strange to say. Very weird message. Not sure how I feel about that one, Chief. But Mr. Voorhees, maybe I could fix you. Maybe I could get you to like trune out. And you could become an epic and based transbian, the ultimate chaser. Because you're gonna get way more trans women if you're trans yourself, for the record. Just putting it out there, you know, from one girl dick enjoyer to another, you know. I'm just saying. I don't think my comments are going through. Oh, maybe they're not. I have it set to live chat, so they should be going through. I don't know. I have a Discord. But I want babies though that just adopt or like get a fucking donor or some shit. I don't know, dude. Are you a trained Marxist? I'm not a Marxist. I'm a market socialist. It's not the same thing.
Is a decrease in libido. You can argue all you want that sexual desire and romantic
Sexual desire, dog. Just say sexual desire. She is a trained gooner. Yeah, that's true.
desire. By the way, I'm sorry that I had to say that one word like that. You know, I don't want my videos to get demonetized. I don't want to get
Bro, who fucking cares,
community
dude?
guideline strikes because I said
You're not gonna get a community guideline strike for saying the word sexual desire.
a very basic word that they're allowed to say
Market socialist is fucking hot. True.
on cable TV, you know, but it is what it is. That is the land.
I have yet to say I have yet to hear a single compelling argument against market socialism. Granted, I'm not even a communist. I just don't like when people make bad faith arguments against communism. It's like they don't even know why they're against it. I'm not a communist by any stretch of the imagination, but I want people to at least explore the idea before completely writing it off, right? I want people to actually look into it and understand why it wouldn't work. Because mistaking, you know, things like state capitalism for communism is just not a good argument, right? The Austrian painter was not right.
Landscape on YouTube right now.
The The problem was not Jewish people. It was not gay people or queer people or anything, or people of color. That was not the issue. Okay? The issue was rich people. Okay? The rich people, regardless of whether or not they're Jewish, rich people are the problem. Okay? It's ultimately the wealthy elite, regardless of race, that controls society. It's not it has nothing to do with the little hats, okay? The little hats don't make rich people any better or worse, okay? Rich people are evil no matter what they are. No matter what race they are, regardless of whether or not they're, a part of a particular minority group, it doesn't matter. Like, do you really want to exclusively take down Jewish billionaires and not the rest of them that are just as evil? You think that the rest of billionaires are not evil? Just be anti-billionaire. Because first of all, if you're genuinely of the belief that Jewish billionaires in particular are controlling everything, if you want to convince people to be against Jewish billionaires, you could already do that in a way that's like socially acceptable, right? You could just say that you're against billionaires, because that's inclusive of the Jewish billionaires. And then you could get people like me on your side, right? Additionally, you're not doing what I like to call an optics disaster. So even if it was the case that you were right, you're doing it in a way that's not bad optics, right? Because everyone hates rich people. Hell, I hate Zionism just as much as you do, most likely. I'm against the whole anti-Palestine fucking genocide. Yeah, I know, crazy. Such a hot take. But I think that the issue with people like you is you take, a lot of this shit too far. Where it's like, okay, yeah, Zionism is bad, but at the end of the day, Zionism and Nazism are just two ends of the same fucking coin. It's the same shit. You're smart sometimes, but it's too strategic and not based and edgy. I'm based and edgy, but not in the same way as you would think. Okay, because ultimately, to take an anti-Zionist position is not to take an anti-Semitic one. There's nothing wrong with being Jewish, right? Being Jewish is an immutable characteristic. You can't, at least if we're talking about ethnic Jews, right? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being ethnically anything, right? You're just born that way. Nobody should be treated differently on the basis of, an immutable characteristic that they're born with. Maybe you don't like their funny noses or whatever, but that's like a you problem. At the end of the day, they're not hurting anybody just by existing, right? But at the end of the day, I'm gonna be real. Look, a fact of the matter is, no, being intellectual is not what gets pussy. That's true. That's true. that's kind of facts. Fuck. So we have an Israel defender in chat right now. If Palestine didn't attack Israel on October 7th, dude, what about October 7th? What about October 7th? Okay, it's actually, all Hamas's fault that, the IDF decided to, bomb innocent people and, bomb hospitals and aid workers. Glory to Israel. Woo! Glory to Benjamin Netanyahu. Genocide is based when it's in the name of counterterrorism, of course. Sarcasm. Obviously, I don't take that position. YouTube TOS gods. Obviously fucking joking here. Obviously, I think genocide is terrible. Okay. Nah, not glory to Israel. It's a genuine question. It's like, at the end of the day, Israel would find some excuse. You do know that the reason Hamas gained any semblance of power in the first place was because the Israeli government got rid of every other Palestinian resistance group, the ones that were peaceful, the ones that weren't terrorists. They did this deliberately, right? Like, they went out of their way to get rid of all of the ones, except for the one that was the most radical and extremist, and the most likely to commit violence. Why did they do that? Well, the reason they did that is they needed an excuse to commit violence, to do an ethnic cleansing. And voila, what do you know? The ethnic cleansing happened. And it was under the guise of, oh, well, Hamas must be there, they must be here, they must be there, they must be fucking everywhere. How does Israel have any right to any land in the Middle East whatsoever? So my take is I don't think that, like, if you're an Israeli citizen and you're living there, I don't think that you should be, like, you know, I don't think that you should lose that necessarily. I just think that, Palestinians should be equal citizens. I think that there should be one state where Israelis and Palestinians have the same amount of power as each other. And, yeah, I think that everybody should be able to, be a citizen there if that's where they live. I don't see why anyone thinks it's okay to treat Palestinians like second-class citizens. I think it's fucking insane. Yeah, we did the same thing with the Native Americans. Yeah, and it was fucked up. We had no right to do that. Jews shouldn't own a country. I don't think any ethnic group should own a country. How naive? I'm not naive. I'm just spitting facts. You have nice lips. I bet you're a good kisser. Good at kissing. The Wailing Wall in Jerusalem, that is? Okay, dude. Alright. Do you own a business? No. The closest thing I have to a business is this YouTube channel. Damn, you're still up? Yup. So if they're equal citizens, but one group goes larger and votes to cast out the other group, what's stopping them from doing that? Well, ideally, there'd be protections. Right? The same that we have protections in this country for minority groups. I would argue in favor of the same thing there. Right? The only acceptable ethnostate is a trans ethnostate? True. I don't think anyone wants to treat Palestinians as second-class citizens. But if they're hell-bent on destroying Israel, they're not hell-bent on destroying Israel. Like, these people have been backed into a corner. Like, if you're treated like you're fucking subhuman, and you're not given the same rights as Israeli citizens, even though you and your people were there first, yeah, you're probably gonna be fucking upset about it. And hell, you might turn to more extreme measures if nothing else has worked, if nothing, you know, in terms of peaceful protesting has worked, if you've constantly been ignored. If you convince me to be a troon, you're actually the devil. Discord linked in the about section of my channel. Add me on Discord as well, okay? My Discord is Femyoz, F-E-M-Y-O-Z. It's the same as my YouTube channel. Feel free to give me a DM. Okay. How much money to see your feet? No, you won't be giving me money. You'll be taking estrogen to see my feet. We should ban people from making assumptions. Well, we should tell them why their assumptions are wrong. Trying to force white supremacists is crazy. Yeah, but like the Nazi to femboy to trans girl pipeline is real, okay? Look, it works. I've seen it happen countless times. I can make it happen. I'm a really good pink pillar, okay? I'm a great pink pillar. I'm the greatest pink pillar of them all. Lamau, that made me laugh out loud. Good. Good. It all starts out as satire. You know, it's the, you know, it's like the left-wing equivalent of how, you know, Nazi shit always starts out as humor. And then it becomes very real. That's what I do. What can I say? Low Kirk, genuinely, I'm gonna end up a they fab in 5 years type shit. They fabs are the fucking hottest, dude. I love cis F chasers. They're so fucking hot. Anyways. What's a they fab? Brain rot term. Don't worry about it. If you don't know, you don't need to. Sometimes I think people need to take a moment to realize that we're all human. Not transphobic people that don't want me to have the right to have access to HRT. I wouldn't say that those people are people or human, you know? It's like, well, if you want me to not have basic human rights or access to necessary medical care, then, like, kill yourself. In Minecraft, of course. Nazism leads to transgenderism. No, but a lot of the types of people that are attracted to, you know, far-right ideology really just want to be controlled by big, strong men. and they're also really autistic. And both of those combined, I think are you know, qualities you find in a lot of trans women, you know, and a lot of femboys. Are you just misinformed on Palestine versus Israel? No, because everything I said was correct. Nothing I said was wrong. So trans people are autistic? Disproportionately, yeah. I think the type of person that's willing to come out as trans is more likely to be autistic because we're not going to care as much about, you know, how we'll be perceived socially, which I think is reasonable. It just means that we're more logical. But you intentionally misrepresent the facts? No, I presented the facts accurately and objectively. Hard disagree, you're talking about the Natsock guys before the Great Awakening of the last 2 years? Well, they're not going to be guys for much longer. Just saying. Anyways. Tylenol Americans? Dear Lord. People with autism and Downs are more like Jesus than Christians. Mainly people with Downs. People with Down syndrome are actually like... They're like the happiest people alive, you know? You gotta love them. They're the happiest people, you know? You're such a subversive Bolshevik, I want to spank you? That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, what can I say? What can I say? I'm just the best. Israel left Palestine 3,000 years ago, so they have dibs. Are we supposed to ignore dibs? Our society was built on dibs. My forefathers traveled here like 300 years ago and said dibs. Yo, that's kind of true. It's true. Truth nuke. Bro's reading comments that don't exist. I am. You just have to set it to live chat. Yeah, people with Down syndrome are the closest thing that we have to Jesus on Earth. I think some are not there for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. Talk to you later, cutie. Yeah, cutie. I'll call out your Discord later so you can pink pill me / I can black pill you. Oh, I'm already kind of adjacent to some black pill ideology. Like, I do think that, like, the extent to which looks matter are understated. Like, people will subconsciously judge people based on their looks, but then say that looks don't matter. It's completely hypocritical. So there's some black pill shit that I agree with, but I think that some people take it too far. Like, I'd consider myself to be like a, maybe a lot of people would probably call me a gray cell. But, you know, I'm fine with that. It just means that I'm nuanced. Like, yeah, I'm kind of a gray cell. It's just like, I'm willing to, you know, consider some of the things that are said, but I don't agree with all of it. Looks matter until you really know someone? Yeah, but what motivates you to get to know somebody in the first place? Strongly disagree with black pill ideologies. I disagree with some of it. I think what you disagree with as well is gonna be like a lot of shit that is like more extreme. Gray cell is basically somebody that's that like believes in like some, you know, surface level black pill shit, but they're not like fully committed to it. Right? So somebody like me that, like, you know, takes, you know, certain elements of black pill ideology and it's like, yeah, okay, that's like a fair point, but like, you know, doesn't agree with everything that the black pill says. What's blackpilling? So blackpilling is, it's basically the notion, it basically is the notion that, you know, your looks are going to, in part, be very deterministic of your outcomes in life, which is true. We live in a lookus society, right? There is some truth to that. I think it gets overstated the extent to which it matters in certain black pill spaces. I think that they put too much emphasis on it, but I think that there needs to be an awareness of how people get treated differently on the basis of looks. It is like a form of, it is sort of a form of genetic determinism to an extent, and Yeah, it's like I don't fully subscribe to it. I just like believe in some of the like the shit, but like in a more nuanced way. Like I do believe that like yeah, like some people are fucked genetically. Mega incel chud shit, it doesn't have to be. Incel ideology that some people are hot. Wait, but that's like true though. Like some people are hot and other people are ugly. Like that's true. No, it's actually better than the red. I prefer black pill ideology over red pill ideology any day. A black pill ideology is superior to red pill. Because black pill doesn't imply like right-wing shit necessarily. It's just a lot of right-wingers happen to be black pillars. Red pill is basically like status maxing, being like, oh, if you want to be a man that attracts women, you gotta get a you gotta become rich, a millionaire. Wisdom kills black pill, TBH? No, it doesn't. Like, it doesn't negate the fact that people are treated differently on the basis of their looks. I mean, that's just true. That's just, like, empirically correct. I think aesthetics are not as important as class or race or sex-based discrimination. I agree with that. I think that lookism is underrepresented, though. I think that, like, people don't even realize how ingrained it is into society. That's the difference, is people are aware of racism, people are aware of transphobia, people are aware of those types of discrimination. People are starting to become aware of class discrimination. But yeah, lookism is something that gets overlooked. Pun intended. Black pill turns me off. Well, I'm sorry, but like, some of it is true. Like when people talk about their looks, yeah, but looks matter to an extent. Like, I'm sorry, that's just objective reality. You're just wrong if you think otherwise. I think anyone that went to public school is aware of lookism. Yeah, exactly. It's like the difference there is that like when you're a kid, people are more honest about it. Whereas adults have learned like, oh, it's like, it's not nice to say those things. So instead I internalize those thoughts and maybe even convince myself that I don't have them when I do. Right? Like, Manta, you claim that you don't care about looks, but like, you know, when it came to Firebat, you know, it was a little bit different, you know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And hell, I'm not saying that I'm not guilty of it. I'm just as lookist as much as the next person. Hell, I might actually be worse than average. I kind of always have been. But Femyoz, I went into the snow, and when no one was around, took my clothes off, the Arctic max. Yeah, really good idea. You could also be frostbite maxing. Looks kind of show general health. Yeah, but some healthy people are just ugly. Right? So it is a good biological marker that organisms developed. Yeah, but there are going to be plenty of healthy people that are ugly as shit, and quite a few attractive people that are, like, unhealthy and eat garbage. Like, a lot of femboys are malnourished, but, like, they're considered cute as fuck. Right? Yes, class is going to be the most important variable. This is correct. All of it boils down to class struggle. I agree. Other isms matter, but material conditions, wealth, ultimately class is the great divider of humans? Yes. Yes, this is true. I agree with that. I completely agree with that. But I think it's important to have a holistic view of how humans categorize each other in different ways, depending on what type of person you are. Yes, obviously, yes, health does equate to some amount of beauty, but it's not the only thing. Like, if you have, like, a diabolically long face, for instance, like, you're probably not going to be that attractive. Well, no, there's some people that have a thing for long faces. You know, like, I know there's, like, quite a few women that, like, are actually, now that I think of it, sometimes men are hot when they have long faces, to be honest. TBH on. All femboys have mental disorder called gender dysphoria. That's just not true. I thought beauty was subjective. It's intersubjective, meaning that like there's gonna be like some like it's gonna be somewhat universal, but not entirely. Right? So it's not gonna be like something. It's not gonna be objective because that would imply that it's stance independent. It's not. It's simply intersubjective, meaning that there's going to be some sort of collective agreement upon what's attractive on the basis of what people are attracted to. But there's going to be some variety. Like, for instance, some people are going to be attracted to tall people, other people might be attracted to short people. So things like height are not going to be objective metrics of attractiveness. Like, they cannot be. Hell, they're not even going to be intersubjective. They're not even going to be fully intersubjective. But, you know, if you're like a tall man, you're gonna have an easier time getting women than if you're a short man. And assuming every other variable is the same. I wouldn't expect you to think gender dysphoria, because then you would have to come to terms with that. No, I have gender dysphoria. I'm just saying not all femboys would have gender dysphoria. I would say that most don't, if they're just femboys and they're not secretly trans. I started out as a femboy and then I ended up being trans. But that's me personally. I'm not going to extrapolate that onto all other people that, you know, are femboys just because I was like a femboy at one point. For example, during slavery there did exist a few black slave owners or free men. Even in extremely racist condition, class wins. Class struggle is the history of human civilization. Yes, correct. And slavery was just a mere mechanism to reinforce class dynamics. It was just a byproduct of classism. Yes, I've been diagnosed with autism. So being short hurts my chances? Depends on who your type is, really. Like, if you're into dominant women, no, it's not gonna hurt your chances of getting a dommy mommy. If you're into, like, women, if you're into, like, cis heteronormative women, then yeah, it's probably gonna hurt your chances. Anyways. It doesn't really matter. Really mean you have a better chance of 6'1" and it's a struggle? It's one variable. It's one of many variables. People only want to hook up. Well, yeah, but like, I think you're failing to understand that like it is going to be a variable that like, you know, a lot of cis heteronormative people are going to have just based on what they're attracted to. You're doing so well trying to teach. Appreciate you fighting the good fight. Thank you. Most women just don't want a guy shorter than them. It makes sense. Yeah, pretty much. Like, they're gonna want a guy that's noticeably taller than them in most cases. But that's, you know, not always gonna be the case. And, like, especially if it's, like, a woman that's not cis heteronormative, it's less likely to be the case. Ultimately, I think practically no matter how you look, you will always at least be someone's type. No, that's just, like, not true. Well, yeah, I guess someone's type. Like, if somebody has, like, an ugly fetish and you're super ugly, I guess. Yeah, you got a point. Or if, like, somebody has, like, a deformed fetish. Being more or less conventionally attractive increases/decreases the pool of people whose type you fit. I think that's fair. But I also think you can be somebody's type, but then there could be people that are the same type that you are, but like they do a better job at it. Right? And that's what actually hurts. You know, it doesn't faze me at all when straight women are better at being straight women than me, because I'm not a straight woman. It doesn't matter. What hurts is when gay, lesbian, trans women are better at being gay, lesbian, trans women than me. Because that's my thing. Or, you want to know what really hurts? Is when a femboy looks more feminine than I do. Holy shit, that is rope fuel. It's like, you're not even on HRT and you look better than me? Fuck you. Are your eyebrows natural? I trim them a bit. But yeah. They make you look very beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still alive. How often do you come across that? I don't know. I don't know. Claudia Estrogen Angel passed before she started E. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's true. Anyways, we got a video to finish.
So I don't really know what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not. So yeah, I have to say it like that.
It's like really obvious.
But yeah, you can argue all you want that sexual
She got us for real? Wait, who?
desire and romantic desire are two different things, but that's bullcrap. At the very least, you have to admit they are heavily linked to the degree that I would say.
I mean, they're linked, but they're not the same.
Really?
Like, there are people that are aromantic that are not asexual. There are people that are asexual that aren't aromantic. So, like, obviously, they exist independent of one another to some extent. Now, granted, there's going to be some cross-wiring that happens, but...
You can't even have romantic desire without sexual desire. So let's look at those numbers again.
I saw her pre-E pic from Twitter. Oh, so she mogs me. Thanks for the rope fuel. Now I know of another trans person that mogs me. I'm gonna look them up later, and it's gonna be rope fuel, and I'm gonna want to kill myself.
2 times as many women as men are on libido-lowering antidepressants, and 2 times as many men are single compared to women. Now, I'm not a statistician. I'm not an actuary or whatever. I don't know if that is right.
Yeah, you're not good at anything, we know. Class consciousness is sorely needed amongst the people? True. She mogs every other trans woman, Femyoz. It's not a fair comparison. It is a fair comparison, because I need to look like that. She mogs at least 50% of cis women, too. Only 50%? So what you're saying is that, like... So, basically, I'm like a... Compared to cis women, I'm like super ugly. Fuck. That sucks. That's true, though. I agree. Bro, I've been saying that I'm like a 4 out of 10. You just confirmed it. Because if she's average for a cis woman, that means she's a 5 out of 10. Nah? What do you mean, nah? What do you mean, nah?
Relevant, but that is quite curious.
Bitch.
Okay.
4.5? I think 4.5 is fair for me.
The data is quite...
Why you gotta be so negative? I'm just honest.
interesting, so to
I'm so sick of people lying to me.
speak. But the ratios between genders,
You're right, though. I understand. That's my point.
I don't think
I'm 6. If 5 is average, I'm a 6. I don't
really
see it.
matters. It's just...
Oh, you understated. That's okay. I misread that. She mogs like 80% of cis women.
by the raw number,
Yeah, right.
a whole lot
You're just saying that.
of women are taking libido-limiting medication, so women do not
What percentage of cis women do I mog?
desire men
Maybe like 40%.
for filling up their social meter. So
I probably mog like... No, it'd be less than 40% because the rating scale is logarithmic. So more like 20 to 30% maybe. You actually look like the girl I tried to date in high school, who then became a lesbian.
to speak.
Well, they probably always were a lesbian, they just weren't out, but yeah.
They also largely don't even have much sexual desire. So that's my big insight on the male loneliness epidemic and why now more
40% I'd say is a fair amount for you, so I'm like slightly below average. That's
men
fair.
than ever before are single
I'll take
and
it.
involuntarily celibate. It's a combination of women not needing men to fill their social validation
See, I think once I get surgery,
meter
I'll be above
as
average,
much as
which is my
the other
goal.
way around. And that combined with the fact that a majority of women of all ages have medically lowered libidos. So women don't even have any desire for romance because they don't even have functioning libidos. Okay, and you can
Bro, what are we
argue
yapping
that,
about?
well, sure, a lot of women are on antidepressants, but it's not even close to most of them if it's just
Yeah, true.
17.7%.
What surgery are you getting? Facial feminization surgery?
And actually, I think
Isn't attraction subjective? It's intersubjective.
it was more like 10% for the under 30 demographic. But, okay, a couple things to note here. Those numbers for antidepressant usage, that data is 7 years old. There might be a more recent study.
Libidos make people horny, not sexually attracted, or sorry, not romantically attracted. What the hell? Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I didn't look that hard.
Claudia made a deal with the ghost of Kirkmas, though. I'm autophilic, but I admit she's on par with me. Damn. I could never. I'm in the bottom 40% of women. I'll never make it.
Science is gay, I don't really care. But I would be surprised if those numbers are not a lot higher now. And the other thing is, antidepressants are not even close to being the only libido-limiting drug out there. Hormonal birth control is believed by many to have libido decreasing.
What do you want women to do? Fucking get pregnant constantly? That's fucking stupid.
Effects. And
the whole point of birth control is to have sex. Fucking moron.
I'm pretty sure a whole lot of women are on birth control.
Yeah, they wouldn't be taking birth control if they didn't have a sex life.
And there's other medications that can reduce a woman's libido too. It wouldn't even be possible to list them all.
Why would they be on birth control if they're not having any sex?
We are living in a very...
You've only been on E for 2 years, lovely. Well, it's going to be 3 years by June 2nd of this year.
Very medicated society. Women more so than men. So, yeah.
I will never be as physically attractive as the majority of cis women without surgery.
Women are out here getting...
Maybe I can be, like, slightly above average, but I'm still gonna be, like, you know, mediocre.
Zombified, just popping pills and...
Birth control helps the periods? Oh, okay.
Deleting their sex drives. And I think that's probably a big part of the male loneliness epidemic.
Well, bro is crying about women's sex drives. It's great.
I don't know if it's the root cause, but it's getting close to the root. I will say that.
Yeah, I guess women should have to have, you know, horrible period cramps so that they can be horny for you.
I know a lot of you probably believe that women have just as high libido as men. That's a pretty commonly held belief in the manosphere, regardless of what color pill you subscribe to. And if we're talking unmedicated women, then I would agree with that. Women have just as high libido as men when they're not medicated. But
that's just not true.
Realistically, no, I don't think that the average woman or women as a group have as much drive as men, primarily because of medication. But
no, it's not. There's no evidence of this.
I think the reason it seems
women have never had the same sex drive as men.
Way to a lot of people is because women will do anything for Chad, even if they have no libido at all. You know, Chad unlocks their libido. And really, I think they're probably...
Right, only Chad.
Probably is like... The way it works, you know, at some point, if a man's jawline is just chiseled enough, and he's just got, like, the perfect mid-face or lower third, or whatever these looks-maxing,
Right, yeah, dude, the women these days, they're constantly thinking about, you know, the equal facial thirds, and the philtrum to chin ratio, and canthal tilt.
These highly You'll
be above average within 2 years max? Yeah, right. I'm never gonna get there. I haven't even improved in, like, the last year, probably. I probably look the same as I did at the beginning of 2025. I've stagnated. I'm never gonna make it. Even with surgery, you know, maybe I can become slightly above average. But I don't know. I'm destined for mediocrity. Anyways, I feel like that goes for most people, though. It's just I probably am, like, slightly narcissistic, so I care about the fact that I'm destined for mediocrity.
Regarded looks maxers say, okay, highly regard.
See, I feel like people misinterpret NPD, because I feel like if it's the case that I'm NPD, then it's definitely not fun. And I've from what the research I've done, I have, like, some symptoms of it. I'm, like, NPD adjacent, maybe. Girl, you're literally awesome. You're just being lame and humble right now. No, I disagree. I think I'm being realistic. Don't sell yourself short, you're above average. Holy hug box. Bro, why does everyone feel the need to fucking lie to me? I'm so done with it. I'm so tired of being lied to constantly and told, yeah, you're totally above average, and, like, you would say that to anyone that's not, like, a complete hideous monster. Perhaps you're the liar, but, like, I see myself and I say what I think I look like based on what I'm seeing. What's NBD? No, NPD. Narcissistic personality disorder. I don't think I have NPD, but I have some symptoms of it. So I guess I'd say I have narcissistic tendencies. Like being like mainly the insecurity based ones. You're lying, so everyone's calling you out. It's not hug boxing, moron. How am I fucking lying? I'm talking about what I perceive. You should take a nap. Me too. Yeah, well, above average in America. The average American is fucking ugly. They're like obese. Anyways. What are the symptoms? Well, the symptoms that I have are the ones that are harmless. So, like, constantly, like, needing external validation. Let's see. I have a predisposition towards using others for validation. I avoid this. I constantly need to be the center of attention. That's a big one. What else? A need to be something far greater than average. Right? I can't accept the fact that I'm average and will never... like, you know... I don't know. Sorry, I'm depressed. Obviously. Symptoms of what? NPD. Narcissistic personality disorder. So there's like the main kinds of symptoms that I have. Right? I have no desire to use people. I don't ever want to hurt people. I do want people to be happy. I think I just have like an unhealthy self-obsession. You're more than average? I'm not. I'm not above average. I don't know why people say this. It's like, do people think that like lying will make me feel better? So basically the perfect YouTuber? Precisely. This is why YouTubers are all fucking social rejects in real life. Right? This is why I don't want to be a YouTuber. This is why we're all mentally ill, is because we have a little bit of NPD. She's got this slew for content creation and she's like being a downer. But I have logical reason to be. I will always be mediocre. Have you used people before? No, and I never will. The only people I lie to are authority figures, allegedly. We aren't lying, maybe. People have maybe some alternative motives, but I'm being so honest. You're literally gorgeous. As soon as you accept it a little, you'll be even more gorgeous. I don't know. You're delusional. People simp over you. Yeah, but people simp over Suzy Liu and she's ugly. So, you know, people settle for mediocrity all the time for some reason. Do you disagree with people's compliments to make them compliment you more? No. I actually used to do that, but no, I just genuinely don't agree with them. I used to like boost my ego, but I get nothing out of it. So now I'm just insecure. Because I've basically come to the conclusion that, you know, anytime somebody compliments me in an attempt to reassure me that they're just lying, and at the end of the day it doesn't do anything for me because I know that it's like bullshit. I unfortunately love the ever-living shit out of myself, though I am my own favorite company, and I don't think I could be prettier. You are real in yourself. That's literally all you need to do. Perfection is much easier when you make the bar realistic. Yeah, but like, I'm not like saying I need to become like the hottest woman of all time. I just don't want to be below average. I don't like being below average. You have the best personality to do this, I'm not lying. I agree with that. Femyoz, I'm a submissive bottom. I don't learn to act dominant for ugly people. How am I not ugly? I don't understand. Okay, are you of the belief that... Okay, maybe... Do you think that most people are attractive? Are you of the position that most people are attractive? All of this is delusional? What's my false belief? I told you so. You do get girlies every day, and eventually will become the girliest girl. Oh, girlier every day, and will eventually become the girliest girl to ever girl. I don't know. I'm not even as insecure about, like, not passing anymore as I am about, like, just, like, am I attractive? Most women are attractive. I don't know, I've seen some, like, pretty ugly women out there. It's like, most women you see on the internet are probably gonna be attractive. But most women aren't. Yeah, I feel like most people are, like, kind of ugly. I don't know. Am I crazy for thinking that most people are, like, kind of mid/ugly? Actually, I think I rated you wrong because I'm confusing passing with attractiveness. Well, yeah, I'm obviously not going to pass better than most cis women. That's unrealistic. What percentile would I be in terms of women, in terms of just, like, attractiveness? Because I think of the average person as, like, kind of ugly. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, like, retarded and, like, internet brained, and, like, I've just seen too many, like, incels. Everyone is hot? That's just not true. Like, most people I see, I drool. Okay, you're pansexual. Of course you think everyone is hot. Literally the whole wide world. You're gorgeous. Stop comparing yourself to the top faces on the interwebs. Your face card literally never declines. You guys are just, like, too nice. And you're really buff cis women that you pass better than. Well, yeah, I'm not as insecure about passing anymore. Now it's like my real insecurity is like now I'm like a mid bitch / below average. You know, now I have like cis woman insecurities. You know, of like, oh, I'm like a masculine, ugly woman. And like this is something that cis women deal with all the time. Comparison is the killer of joy. Yeah, fair. Maybe like even 80%. But that's because I like twinks. I'm biased, especially twinkons. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a twinkon. Yes, girl, you made it. 100. It tissed away. Yeah, I'm fine with passing better than 40% of cis women. I'm okay with that. If that was what the statistic you were giving. But I'm mainly talking in terms of just like overall attractiveness. Okay, you have the hottest. Did you consider yourself attractive before transition? No, but I would fuck the guy version of myself. But that's just because I'm like narcissistic and, you know, auto-androphilic to an extent. Because it's like, you know, I would get satisfaction out of like mentally fucking with the guy version of me. Low-key. And like force femming them. Is it bad that I want to force femme the guy version of me? If I see someone that looks like me from when I was a guy, like I have this like instinct to like force feminize them. Is that weird? That is a weird concept. Yeah. I don't know what it is. I think most people could be hot if they paid attention to their appearance, but also most people don't really try. I need to know your hair routine. Just wash it every 2 or 3 days. What's force feminizing? Don't worry about it. Honestly, my biggest lesson in becoming a woman is that insecurity is capitalism and that you're actually gorgeous no matter what, lol. And all men are ugly. All women are gorgeous, unfortunately. Like, bathe, bro. Yeah, men are ugly on average. I agree with that. Will you show us before you transitioned? I'm worried. I didn't used to be to think about this shit until you started blackpilling me by proxy. I'm sorry. Well, I just like to, I believe things that are correct, okay? I can't help it. I believe things that are correct, and then I share correct beliefs. Catching strays for existing is crazy. But yeah, if you've ever wondered what I look like before I transitioned, I will show. I'll show even before the femboy arc. Okay, even before I became like a femboy, before I went on HRT. Okay? Alright, if y'all want to see it, I will deliver, okay? Okay. Oh, hold on.
So that's the entire video, right? I might occasionally come back and make a video for fun, but I'm not doing this as a career or very often because YouTube bad. Well, not exactly. As much as I'd like to sit here and pretend like I stopped uploading because YouTube is out to get me, that couldn't be any further from the truth, because on its own, it's not nearly enough to push my stubborn ass off the platform. But
there was me before I transitioned. Also, like, 8 out of 10 have skid marks like every other day, babe. If there's any ugly in the world, it's them, Lamau. Yeah, fair. He looks like a pretty average dude. Yeah, I think I was, like, average for a guy and slightly below average for a woman because women's beauty standards are higher. Actually, I think I might have been... Well, some people would say I was below average for a guy because I lacked sexual dimorphism, but in terms of who I was trying to attract, I might have been, like, slightly above average for a guy. You were visibly gay? Oh no. Visibly gay for women. That's crazy. As a guy, I was visibly gay for women. Ben Shapiro. And audibly gay. I did not have the fag scent back then, okay? I have the fag scent now, but like, not as a guy. I did not have the fag scent as a guy. I'm into women, mostly. I'm like into men sometimes. You know, one of the first people I had a crush on was a guy. Actually, the first person I had a crush on was a guy. Yeah. Now that I think of it. Which is interesting how sexuality changes and morphs over time. But like, I remember the first crush I had was Anakin Skywalker from Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith when I was like a little kid. You know. Holy HSTS. Yeah, so, but then, I remember I hit puberty, and I started finding women really attractive, and I wanted them to dominate me, so very AGP. Then in high school I had this crush on a guy because, you know, he gave me attention, and I liked that. That was like my freshman year, so then I realized I was bisexual from that. And yeah. But most of the people I've had crushes on are women. Or most of the people I've been attracted to, that is. I think I have more sexual attraction to women. But maybe romantic attraction is like equal. If you want the real facts, this kind of body ideology is the #1 cause of teen girl suicide. Well, I'm an adult girl, so it doesn't count. It doesn't matter, because I'm an adult. I'm not a teenager anymore, so it doesn't affect me, okay? Because it's specifically for teen girl suicide and not adult woman suicide, okay? That's actually really interesting coming from a straight man. Yeah. Do you find that trans girl from Euphoria who plays Jules is beautiful? I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. Oh no, you did look like Ben Shapiro? Dude, wait, does that mean I look like Ben Shapiro's sister now? Do I look like Ben Shapiro's sister? It's actually a different statistic. Your attention whore nature was stronger than your straight, quote-unquote, lesbian nature. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah. I've always had a very strong attention whore nature. Maybe Ben Shapiro's hot daughter. Ben Shapiro does have a sister, Abigail Shapiro. No, you don't look like his sister. Your boobs are too small. Fuck you. Fuck you, okay? Fuck you, bitch. Okay, what about in terms of my face? Because she does have massive honga-bonga bazongas. Abby Shapiro's a different breed. She's hot, but so evil. Yeah. Bro, such wasted genetic potential, truly. But she is conventionally attractive. Like, if one of the ops just so happens to be conventionally attractive, you know, I'll give them a win. I'll be like, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna just be like, don't believe your lying eyes. Nah, you don't look like her at all. Really? I like your face a lot better. Really? I feel like her face mogs me. I feel like she mogs me. I don't know, dude. I'm crying. Wasted genetic material? Well, it's true. Yeah, she wasted all of her genetic potential on being a nasty conservative freak. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't... attractiveness doesn't matter if you have shit morals, so it's like... You know... It's such a waste, man. You know, she could have been a hot leftist. You're hotter than her because you're not Jewish? Okay, dude. You're actually so pretty, OMG. Parentheses, I'm trans mask. Well, thank you. I don't see it. I think of myself as below average, at least for cis woman standards. I think the average cis woman is more attractive than me. I don't know where fucking Azun over here got the statistic that I'm more attractive than 80% of cis women. I just think that's... I think you're projecting your MEF onto me, okay? You just have an MEF. And you know I'm right. You know I'm right. Hot, sexy mommy leftist. Hot, ugly, right-wing propagandist. Real. MEF, male emasculation fetish. You're hotter than her because she has the personality of a wet paper bag. That's cap, you are above average. I don't see it. Does your attractiveness have that big of an effect on you? Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, lip filler is one of the things I intend on getting, but that barely scratches the surface. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Okay, shut up. Shut the okay, well... Look, the little giggle is so silly after, you're so real. You don't have to see it, just listen to the many people who say the opposite, but they're just saying that to make me feel better. Because they feel bad for me, because I'm like, you know, like kind of a pathetic loser. But like they're invested in my personality, so it's like, no, you're totally not fucking chopped. I feel like I'm on the same level facially as Dream. I feel like that's the level I'm at. I feel like actually no, he might be less ugly than me. I don't know. Well, I guess like if I'm rating him as a guy, then he'd get a higher score than me as a girl. I don't know, but that's just because men are uglier on average. That's what I mean. But I think that like Dream overall is gonna be less attractive than me, but like him scoring as like a guy would be higher than me scoring as a woman, because he's like kind of mid. Honestly, I can't believe that you think you're below average. Really? I admit that 80% might have been a stretch, but I mean, I do just really like twin cons. Could be me MEF maybe. Yeah. Across the board, people have sexual uses, even ones and twos. Oh, even I have sexual uses? No way. I'm gay and disagree on men on average being ugly. Also, I'm not attracted to women, but you're clearly very cute. Well, thank you. I don't know, I just think that men are uglier on average than women, just because women put more effort into their appearances. Some men will just not shower, not a 1 or a 2. Well, I know I'm not a 1 or a 2, I'm not delusional. I think I'm like a 4. I think a 4 is fair. What's the necklace mean? It means I'm a big, strong top, obviously. I unfortunately can believe it, but only because I too have lived as a woman. Most all insecurities are a patriarchal structure and hashtag not real. For 1s and 2s, they are good for ugly bastard rape fetish. Women literally do the most and men don't wipe properly. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of things that men do that just give me the ick that women don't do. On average. Right? It's not always going to be the case. Yeah, men's fashion is horrendous. And that's not even men's fault. Just, I don't know. Just stay off trans timelines does not help at all. Yeah, it fucking sucks, dude. Face card, though? What? What about it? I don't think I have a face card. I have bad face card, I think. And even worse body card. Men are worried about keeping civilization going. Not eyeshadow. Okay, what are you doing to keep civilization going, then? Top fashion designers are men, though? Now, maybe a select few, but not for male fashion. Women's fashion is way better. TBH, in my eyes, you're a solid 8. Okay, yeah, that's crazy. I'm not an 8. 8 would be like supermodel territory. Like 8 would be model, like really attractive model / celebrity. 9 would be like supermodel, like top of the line. 10 doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a 10. Most supermodels are ugly, though? What? What are we saying? What are we on about? Cute men wear that fashion, though? Yeah, but that's like the minority of men. Most men don't have good fashion. Attractiveness is purely subjective. Everyone has different preferences. Both men and women can be gross, but I do agree that men can be more gross on average. That's my point. Supermodels are overrated. They're all skin and bones. What's attractive about that? Their bone structure. I think. Actually, in terms of like what is like the most sexually appealing, I think it's weirdly enough averageness. Like if you take like a bunch of different people and then you merge all of their faces, you actually get like a very attractive face. If you take like the average of, you know, every person's face in terms of their face structure. Like if you take my face structure and then another, you know, woman who's in her 20s face structure, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one, what you end up with is you take the average of that, and that's going to be way more attractive. You know, all our faces combined, way more attractive than each of us individually. Does that make sense? You're live early? No, I'm live late. I've been streaming for hours, bitch. Literally everyone is insecure and projecting out into everyone else. No one wins unless you break the cycle. Maybe. Maybe. If I would dox myself, you would all be gay for me. Or are you a hot woman? Prove it in my DMs if you're a hot woman. Yo, if there's any hot women out there, Discord link in in the about section of my channel if you want to prove it, you know, you just, you know, Discord link in the about section, community Discord, send me a DM, I'll look at it, I'll be the judge, you know, I'm a hot woman, prove it in my DMs, prove it in my DMs, wait, okay, on my way, alright, Discord linked in the about section. Maybe someday, love. Please do, because I mean, you've described yourself as attractive, so I'm hoping that, you know, it's not a letdown, you know. I'm just kidding. No pressure. No pressure. Usually people that say they're attractive aren't, you know, letdowns, but I'm a below average femme looking man. Fair. You look sleep deprived? I am sleep deprived. Anyways, sleep deprivation go crazy. I am very sleep deprived. Isn't that so sad? Oh no, I'm sleep deprived. Ay carambe, I'm sleep deprived. Cutely ooh-woos, yeah. Here, I want to go to Discord. See, did I get a DM? Did I get a DM? No, I didn't get a DM, never mind. Why did you turn Indian? I don't fucking know, dude. Come on. Send me a message request. Send me a message request to Crobbles. Okay, you must contact me. Or whatever. Remember in Star Wars Episode 1, Phantom Menace, when he was like, you must contact me. Or whatever. Oh, I see you. Here, I'm gonna send a Wumpus wave. I'll be in your message requests. DM me what you look like. That's right. Pajillos is crazy. That's diabolical. Okay, dude. Okay. Anyways, I'll be taking a look at that later. Okay, don't you worry. In the meantime, Yanyos, look, I'm eepy sleepy. And now I'm gonna have a reversed sleep schedule again. Yay. This is why I need Adderall. Just so I can, like, properly take it in the, like, in the morning and then crash at night. Even though I haven't been up for almost 24 hours. I woke up at, like, 3 p.m. yesterday. So it's not like my sleep schedule was great before. Or no, it was, like, 1 or 2 p.m. actually. But now my sleep schedule's fucked. My sleep schedule's fucked. Reject modernity, embrace Christ. Oh, I'll be sure to do that now that you've said that. Thanks. The urge to be super gay right now is defeating me. Send me a picture of yourself. Go on. Send. I need to determine. If you are attractive, I need to determine. I need to know. Why am I doing a fucking dumb accent now? What the fuck is this? Crobbles, send me what you look like. You said that you're attractive. I need to know if that's... shut up. I'm not thirsty. I just am intellectually curious, okay? I'm curious. Be gay and embrace femyostianity today. True. Embrace maternity. Have my baby Lamau. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay, bet. And then I'm probably gonna end stream because I've been going for way too long. What about me? Are you hot? If you are, send me an image of yourself. If you're a hot woman. Wow, JK. Well, I mean, are you a hot woman? And I'm more attractive, or improve? I'm too hot? Okay, prove it. Prove it in my DMs. I just advertised the new religion. Good shit, good shit. But like, if you're a hot woman, prove it in my DMs, everyone. Make sure to prove that you're a hot woman in my DMs. Okay? It's really important to do that. I'm a very ugly woman. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. My condolences. Oh my god, well... Tough luck. That sucks. Tough luck, that sucks. Well... Gosh darn it. Down bad cat. 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 Cat. Down bad cat. Crobbles, are you gonna send me an image of yourself? Please. Please send. Oh, I see you're typing. Okay. I need to determine the extent to which I find you attractive. Oh, damn. You fucking mogged me. Fuck you. That's not you. No way. You mocked me, dude. Wait, didn't I thought you said you were trans? Or am I mistaken? No, you're a cis woman. Okay. Who is cutely and also is 20? Oh, okay. Okay, good shit, good shit. Okay, you're a cis woman. Sorry, I was searching my camera roll. Stay stacked. Yo, mine too. Girl, shut the fuck up and let's kiss. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. God, I need that. Yes, please. God, yes. Oh my god. Sorry, blah. God, yes. No, but like you mog me. It's not fair. Yeah? Hell yeah, dude. Wait, I thought you said you were trans, or was that a different person? I could have sworn. I could have sworn you said something that was, like, related to transness. Wait. Or was it, am I crazy? Krob is trans? No, she fucking isn't. I saw what she looks like. She's a cis woman. She's not trans. Okay, maybe she's a young shit. I'm not trans, must have been someone else. Okay, see, I told you. She's not look trans at all. If she was trans, I feel like yeah, she's a cis woman. My bestie is trans, yeah. I was gonna say, like, the bottom energy is audible. Okay, I do not give off bottom energy. Shut up. Just shut up. Okay. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Either way. No, I was like, okay, either you started HRT, like, before you hit puberty or some shit, or you're just like a cis woman. I was like confused for a sec. I'm like, no, this bitch is cis. You give off my bottom energy? Well, okay, okay. So much bottom energy, I had to buy a strap to begin practicing and learning how to be a dom. Well, shut up. Look, sorry, what does cis mean? It just means you identify with the gender that you were assigned at birth. It's like the opposite of trans. It's just a prefix. That means not trans, basically. Lamau, too cute. No, what? No, I'm not. Huh? Not giving bottom energy? Just fishing for people to tell me how much you're a bot. No, big blush. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Cap. Anyways. It feels like I'm intruding on a date right now. That's not the intention. I'm just, you know, back down the rabbit hole, huh, Femi? Look, okay. How much does they want to date? Bro, I need to meet up with people. I'm moving in with people. I'm like, what? Okay, wait. Crobbles, what are your thoughts on polyamory? I happen to know that you're very cute. Nuh-uh. No, I would never be. Cute-yos. I'm not cute. Thank you for the compliments, Pookie, literally. Type shit. What's polyamory? No, I said polyamory. My thoughts are yes. Okay, fucking based. Let's go, based. Okay. Based. It's like, you know, dude. Lesbian polycules are the best, honestly. Fem has cute teeth, thank you. You know, honestly, I'm about to end stream. I'm so yellow. Hashtag let's have fun and be gorgeous and gang kiss. Hell yeah. What's funny is two of her actual partners have been talking about without her not on stream. Hell yeah. Dude, that's the beautiful thing about polyamory is like, I'm not always going to be emotionally available. I am a very distant person, but I don't want people to be unhappy. So one of the things I do is I introduce y'all to each other. So y'all can talk to each other when I'm not there, because I'm distant. I have an avoidant attachment style. I'm aware of this. This is a shortcoming, right? And I also like to goon. I like to talk to a bunch of people as well, right? Without having to make any like real commitments. I have commitment issues, right? Yes, there's room for everyone and everything. Hell yeah. Fem has 2 partners, 3. But yeah. All of which are hot. I love poly low Kirk genuinely. My goal is to live in a self-sustained compound commune where we're all in a relationship. Yeah. But yeah, join the Discord chat. I'm gonna do a Discord VC after I end the stream. A few minutes after I end it. I need to take a piss. But then after I take the piss, I will do a Discord VC. Yeah. Anyways, it'll be in the newcomers chat, so it'll be a couple minutes. Femyoz confirmed Gunyo slot. Look, yeah, I'm like a little bit of a gooner. Yeah, I'll admit it. I'm not fucking ashamed of it. I'm just needy as fuck. Yeah, and that's why polyamory is necessary. Because me too sometimes, but sometimes I'm really distant. And like that would not work in a monogamous relationship because it's like contradictory, right? Anyways, see y'all.